How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone here. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone here. This is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone here. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone here. This is the final
Hey, what's up, everyone? I'm glowing like a vampire today, like a vampire in Twilight. Look, I'm all silvery and sparkly like a vampire in Twilight because there's a perfect time of day around 3 p.m. where the sun shines in the window of my office perfectly, and it makes me look like a glowing, sparkling vampire from Twilight, which is okay with me. I suppose there are worse things I could look like. You might be wondering, why are we live again, Carlin? Why are we live again? We just spent 4 hours watching Kash Patel earlier. Why are we live again? And why aren't we live at 5 p.m. to do our book club like we were supposed to be doing? And I do apologize to people who are looking forward to book club for today. But you know what? Listen, book club can wait. It can wait. What cannot wait is the DNC Leadership Forum. Now, of course, though, stupid conservatives often confuse us with communists and socialists. I know, I'm so reflective, right? It's the golden hour. It's the vampire hour. It's the sparkle hour in my office. Although dumb conservatives often confuse us with communists and socialists, we are actually neither of those things. What we do is we watch the left, and most of our time, of course, is spent on the radical revolutionary far left, because that is just the most dystopian stuff. It's the most interesting stuff. It's the craziest stuff. It's the stuff that's actually driving every crazy thing that's going on in the world today. But we probably should, on occasion, keep an eye on the mainstream left as well. The mainstream left being the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party is, of course, in shambles because they lost rather spectacularly in the election a couple months ago. And so now it is time for the Democrats to come together and to blame each other for their loss and to fight about what went wrong and to share with us their perspective of the future of the Democratic Party. And they are doing so in a live stream being hosted by MSNBC and all of the progressive correspondents at NBC live from Georgetown. Now, this is not actually airing on MSNBC, though. In order to get access to this, I had to sign up for an account to get a link to the live stream that isn't even on their website. So it's a little weird, and that's kind of why I want to watch it. This is like a secret live stream, but it's not really secret. I found it on their Twitter account. This is not private information or anything. They literally tweeted about it. But like, it's just like one of those weird things where it's just like there's really no context for what this is. All this says is DNC Leadership Forum. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate the super chat. DNC Leadership Forum. With the DNC leadership election just days away, join MSNBC Live, Jonathan Capehart, Jen Psaki, Luke Russett, and Simone Sanders Townsend for live forums with each of the candidates presented by Georgetown Politics. You'll get an in-depth look at the Democratic Party's vision for the future and gain insights into the candidates' platforms. So the reason I want to watch this is because I think it's going to be cringe. I think it's going to be entertaining. But I also think it's going to be one of those instances where I'm honestly curious. I am honest to God curious about what is going on in the minds of the leadership of the Democratic Party. Like, where are they taking the party from here? Are they going to go more moderate? Are they going to go more left-leaning? What do they have planned? Like, how are they rationalizing that they just lost to Donald Trump again? Like, I'm fascinated about, like, what the fuck is going on in their heads right now? Are they going to try to out-woke each other? Are they going to try to under-woke each other? Let's see where the Democratic Party is going, because like them or not, and of course we do not like them on this channel, they are still a party. They are still a major political party. And they are going to be making moves leading up to the midterms in 2 years because, of course, being that Trump controls every branch of government, that means that, quite frankly, the Democrats are probably going to win in the midterms. That's just the way that goes. They're probably going to win. They're probably going to win the House. They may even win the Senate in the midterms, depending on how the next couple of years go. So it is important for us to know what the Democrats have in store. It's always important for us to know how many of the trickle-down policies from the far left are making it into the Democratic Party. And quite frankly, we just don't watch the Democrats all that much. So we probably should diversify. And I think that this is going to be a really interesting experience for all of us to be able to kind of see inside their private leadership forum to find out what's going on. And I think it's going to be entertaining. And so that's what we're going to do. So I am going to postpone the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club because it does seem, based on the email that I got, that this forum's going to be going on for a while. Now, I'm not going to promise I'm going to stream the entire thing because I have an interview at 8 o'clock tonight. Okay, so I'm going on someone else's show at 8 o'clock. So I do actually have a timeout, and I do need to eat something for dinner at some point. I just barely ate my first thing of the day at 2:30 in the afternoon. So that really wasn't even all that much. It was like a small little portion of steak for lunch, which was delicious, but it wasn't that much food. So I'm going to have to eat dinner before I do this other interview is my thing. So, but we can sit here and watch for a while. We'll see how entertaining it is. And that's what we're going to do. We are currently waiting for them to go live. See, the stream is actually up and running and they're playing music or something. I have it muted right now because there's nothing really going on. But we are kind of waiting for them to go live. I think it's supposed to start at 3 p.m. They said the stream was going to start at 2:45 p.m., which obviously it has, but they're not really showing anything. So we do have a couple minutes to kill here. Do you guys mind if I do a little bit of gossip before we get into it? Check this out. This is just for my audience. If you're not a regular on my stream, this might not mean anything to you. I was perusing Deb's Twitter, and I very rarely look at Deb's Twitter. If you don't know who Deb is, don't worry about it, but people do. I was perusing Deb's Twitter, and apparently Deb has had a falling out with the Moms for Liberty. Because Deb posted an angry tweet at Moms for Liberty this morning at 6:45 in the morning. 6:45, she's already angry tweeting. Moms for Liberty needs a name change. Liberty is not what you're for when you support Fabian drip grants. Bridge officially burned. Deb has burned the bridge with Moms for Liberty. Oh no. Pragmatism is bad enough. Complicity in the destruction of parental rights in service to the UN agenda with the wire liberty in your mouth. I think she meant word liberty there, but she tweeted this at 6:45 in the morning. With the word liberty in your mouth. Yeah. That I can't abide. You do realize you can oppose coercive, compulsory government ed policies without adding a new layer of government bureaucracy and power, right? And she's tagging everyone and their mother, and she's complaining. And I think this is great. I think it's great that Deb Philman has burned a bridge with Moms for Liberty. I think it's great that she's mouthing off on the internet, probably because she got told something she didn't want to be told behind the scenes. I think this is great. So Stepmom officially has nothing left. And I'm living for it. Let's just check back at the stream, guys. We're still waiting for the stream to go up. While we're waiting, this is a great time for you to head over to Better Discourses. That is Carlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. You can also get there by going to the Better Discourses Twitter account, or Better Discourses. You can get there from the Better Discourses Twitter account. Blah, blah, blah. You can go there by going to betterdiscourses.com. There we go as well. But usually we just say Carlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. Why didn't Deb tag James? That is a good question, Judy. That is a good question, isn't it? We'll put that one aside for right now. Now, this is a great time if you feel like supporting my work, because I am 100% funded by you guys. Sign up for a membership, $8 a month, $80 a year. One of the perks you get as part of your membership is you get access to my supporter Discord. How you find the link to the supporter Discord is you go to the digest, you click on it, you scroll all the way down to the bottom. Underneath this red box, you will find your supporter perks, including the link to the Discord. That link changes every single week. That's why I send out a new newsletter every single week, but you can always find the most current one there. And the reason I bring this up is we have 3 movie nights coming up this week. We have a movie night on Saturday, we have a movie night on Sunday, and we have a movie night on Monday, okay? So Saturday is going to be the world premiere of Mr. Jennifer's B's, C's, and Double D's, which is going to be a new monthly movie night in the Discord where Jennifer's husband, Mr. Jennifer, is going to host really bad B and C movies, and they're going to do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 commentary over the movie, and that's going to be on Saturday at 9 p.m. after Socialism Saturday. They're going to do Meet the Feebles. This is the first time they're trying to do this, so we're going to see how it goes. Jennifer assures me this movie is gross. I haven't seen it. I'm going to see at least a little bit of it. I will make an appearance. That's going to be Saturday at 9 p.m. On Sunday, we are starting Romance Movie Month for movie nights. Sundays at 8 p.m. and Mondays at 9 p.m. We do a regular movie hosted by Jennifer and Mac B, respectively. On Sunday, Jennifer is hosting Dirty Dancing after 3 years of me begging her to show this movie in February. She has finally given in. We will be watching Dirty Dancing on Sunday at 8 p.m. And then on Monday, Mac B is hosting A Walk to Remember at 9 p.m. All of that is in the supporter Discord. You get access to that when you sign up as a supporter on my Substack, Carlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. You can also sign up in my locals community if you want there. That will also get you a link to the Discord. And lastly, if you want some cool merch and you want a way to support what I'm doing, head over to the Unwoke Art store. That is unwokeart.com. And, you know, another great time to be over there because we have our Valentine's Day limited edition design. This time around, we are doing a Trump pointing at the camera saying I love you design. You can get the design on greeting cards. You can get it on different colors of t-shirt. We've got gold, we've got purple, we've got fuchsia, all Valentine's Day colors. Of course, black as my favorite. You can get it on wrapping paper. You can get it on a candle. You can get it on a mug. The mugs are actually really cool. I like these mugs quite a bit, actually. You can get it on a little glass sippy cup thing. I've never done these before, but they look kind of cool, and I bet a woman in your life would love that. And then you can even get it on some stuffed animals. Again, putting together a little Valentine's Day gift bag if you would like to. But the 25% off this design lasts through Sunday at 11:59 p.m. So this is the very best time to buy it. Every time I launch a new design in the store, you get 25% off for the first week. So if you snatch it right up because you know you love it, you will get a little discount on it. This design will only be in the store for 2 weeks. So after the initial launch week, we've got one more week after that. And then that's going to be all she wrote for the limited edition Valentine's Day design. So if you like the design, then pick it up. It's in the Unwoke Art store right now. We also just launched Jennifer's design, which is F You With Love. And this is something that Jennifer specifically asked me to design after a saying that we have on our show Disenrage. This is also 25% off right now. So we've got that on a t-shirt. We've also got it on a greeting card, like an anti-Valentine's Day greeting card. We've got it on a little heart ornament, a candle, and a mug. And so that is also 25% off this week only in the Unwoke Art store. And we've got lots of other awesome designs as well. And all of these purchases do go to support my work, and I really, really appreciate it. So you can pick up some cool swag and, you know, support what I'm doing and keeping me in business. Let's see if we're back yet. Okay. All right, so now they're saying candidates for the National Finance Chair are coming up. Well, I want to hear about finances. That would be good. That should be starting any second, guys. Please make sure you mount the like button. Please make sure you subscribe if you are not already. We're going to be here for a while. We are watching the candidate forums for the Democratic Party leadership to see what they have to say. They haven't started anything yet. Let me turn on the sound. Yeah, they're just playing classical music right now. Hope you guys are having a great day. Is there anything else going on today? We watched the Kash Patel hearing for a while. That was rather entertaining. Some people watched the Tulsi Gabbard hearing. They said that it looked like Tulsi did a good job. But they don't know if she's going to get confirmed. I guess we'll see. Wouldn't that be ironic? One of Trump's acts of, like, bipartisanship. Yeah, I think I'm finally awake. I had a couple cups of coffee. Lunch helped. I had a steak for lunch. I'm trying to get back in my keto routine because I got out of keto for the holidays. I'm trying to get back in it. Let me just set up the sound. So I'm eating a lot of steak. And I make a good steak too. Steak is easy. Everyone should learn how to cook steak. It's like the easiest thing. Just get some little thin little steaks, put salt and pepper on each side, sear it in butter. Doesn't even take that long. Yeah, it's kind of like I was doing keto for a minute leading up to the holidays, and I was really good about it. And I feel so much better when I'm on keto, to be honest. It's not even like a weight thing. It's like I just actually feel better when I'm on keto. But the holidays were unkind. Suzanne, according to James Lindsay, we hate classical music. I did hear that, Suzanne. I heard that I hate classical music because I'm on the woke right. I don't know how James reconciles that with the fact that I literally almost went to a music conservatory for the clarinet of all things. True story. True story. I used to play a mean clarinet. Not so much anymore. I haven't played my clarinet in years and years and years, but maybe someday. Hey, JT! Democrats trafficking brown people to crop fields since 1865. Well, we'll see if they're going to be doing that today, JT. Thank you so much for the super chat. Nathaniel in with the member chat. Hey, Carlin, hope you're doing well. Thanks for all your work. Thank you, Nathaniel. Yeah, I'm doing pretty great today. It's a long day of streaming. Thank you for being a member of the channel for 6 months. I really do appreciate it. Did awesome in the super chat goal this morning, guys. Oh, they're coming in. Okay, let's listen.
The DNC Leadership Forum hosted by MSNBC Live in conjunction with the Georgetown Institute of Politics and Public Service. This is the fourth and final forum ahead of the DNC leadership elections on February 1st. I'm Luke Russert, the host and creative director of MSNBC Live, and I'm thrilled to be joined by the great man, Mo Alethi, executive director of Georgetown University Politics, or GU Politics, as you like to say. This forum today will provide an inside look at the party's evolving vision and strategic planning for the road ahead.
Oh, good.
It's about more, though, than selecting new leadership. It's also about charting a new course for the future of the Democratic Party. Over the course of the day and into the evening, leadership candidates will be asked about the critical challenges that are facing the party. Issues like refining the party platform, party unification, messaging, voter outreach and engagement, combating misinformation, and much, much more. No?
We'll begin the forum with the races for National Finance Chair, then move to Treasurer, and then Secretary. We'll then have the Vice Chair for Civic Engagement and Voter Participation Forum, followed by 2 Vice Chair forums, and then close out the day with the forum for DNC Chair.
Man, I kind of want to watch
this. This is a pivotal moment for the Democratic Party. And this is a great opportunity for DNC members and Georgetown students in the room, as well as the public watching online, to see how the Democratic Party is shaping itself for the challenges ahead. Now, just a housekeeping note in the interest of full disclosure.
Yo,
besides
that sure
hosting
looks
this
good,
event,
Judy.
I am also a DNC member. In order to maintain neutrality throughout this process, I have abstained from pledging support either publicly or privately, signing petitions, or even speaking to any candidate in the race at any level, and I will abstain from voting in the elections for any office I'm moderating today. Now, with that, let's get started. Please join us in welcoming the current chair of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, on behalf of the Democratic Party and the Democratic National Committee, I would like to extend my sincere condolences and prayers to the families who lost loved ones in the deadly airplane crash last night. So many of us fly in and out of Reagan National Airport all the time. And it's in these moments in which we understand just how precious life is, just how short life can be. Immediately last night, I made sure to call my loved ones, because when you haven't told them that you love them recently, it's these times in which you know you have to. And so I hope you all will join me in extending heartfelt prayers and condolences to all of the families and to the first responders who went into action immediately in order to try to rescue folks. With that, I want to welcome you all to the Democratic National Committee Eastern Region Candidates Forum. It is an honor. This is the fourth of our forums, and it's an honor to be here with you all this afternoon. But most importantly, it has been the honor of my life to be the chair of the Democratic National Committee for these last 4 years. You know, when we think about our political parties, the Democratic Party is the oldest living party on the face of the planet. The DNC has been around for 176 years. And yes, this DNC is very different from the DNC that was formed 176 years ago. Because 176 years ago, a round-headed black boy from Orangeburg, South Carolina could not be the chair of the DNC. But you know, that's the joy and that's the wonder of the American experiment. Because this country, regardless of its flaws, continues to progress. It continues to evolve. And we are constantly trying to live up to the words of our founders, that this country is one in which all of its people are created equal. Again, it's been my joy to be the chair of this party. We've had some big wins and we've had some losses. But in the end of the day, it's the Democratic Party that is the brick wall that is holding back the flames of chaos and protecting democracy for generations to come. And I'm glad to be a part of that tradition. And now I'm really excited about these candidates that have been going all across this country, putting out their ideas, putting out the issues, but most importantly, sharing their values about what they believe the Democratic Party in its next incarnation should do and should be as we look forward to the 2025 elections in New Jersey and also in Virginia, as we look forward to the 2026 midterm elections, which will be key in terms of determining who has control of Congress, and most importantly, as we prepare for the 2028 presidential election, as we choose a new leader for this country. We know that leadership is important, and the Democratic Party has provided strong leadership, particularly over the 49 years that I've been alive. And so I'm really excited, and I'm so appreciative of our candidates for stepping up. I also want to say, give a debt of gratitude to MSNBC for being a partner for these forums as well, but most importantly, to one of my alma maters here at Georgetown University, the Georgetown University Institute of Politics, led by Mo Alithi, who was not only is he a current DNC member, but he also was a staff person at the DNC as well. And with that, Mo, I turn the floor back to you, my friend. Thank you all for being here.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. All right, let's get started. Once again, I'm Mo Alethi, Executive Director of the Institute of Politics and Public Service here at Georgetown. Welcome to the DNC National Finance Chair Forum. Before we introduce the candidates, let me go over the rules. In order to participate today and to qualify for the February 1st ballot, candidates must have submitted 40 verified DNC member signatures by Saturday, January 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of DNC members during the winter meeting this Saturday, February 1st. This forum will take place over 20 minutes, beginning with 30-second opening statements from each candidate and concluding with 30-second closing remarks. We determine the order of openings by random drawing preceding this forum. Closing statements will occur in reverse order. As moderator, I've been given exclusive control over the questions and flow of the discussion. Neither the DNC nor any candidates have previewed these questions, and the DNC confirms that I have received all member questions submitted by the publicized deadline. This forum will prioritize questions from DNC members of the Eastern region, but may include questions from other DNC members or myself. Candidates might not receive the same questions, but they will be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will not be afforded time to respond to other candidates unless so directed. I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do so, I'll give you a response time limit. Candidates will have 90 seconds to respond to each question. There's a timer available to each candidate. Once your time's elapsed, I'll inform you that your microphone may be muted, so don't test me, gentlemen. Crosstalk is not permitted. Finally, candidates may not use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, or other electronic applications or devices during the forum, though they may have written notes. And one more time, just as a housekeeping note in the interest of full disclosure for those just tuning in, besides moderating this event, I am also a DNC member. In order to maintain neutrality throughout this process, I have not pledged support in public or in private, signed petitions for, or even spoken to any of the candidates in the race at any level, and I will be abstaining from voting in the election for National Finance Chair. All right, that's a lot. We ready? Let's begin with opening statements. Each candidate has 30 seconds, and we'll start with Tim Lim.
Thank you, Mo, and thank you to Georgetown. I'm really excited to be back on campus as a former GU Politics Fellow and having a really great time with my students. It's really great to be back here. My name is Tim Lim. I'm running for National Finance Chair. I've been a Democratic activist and for all my life. I've been fundraising for the past 20 years. I've raised millions of dollars for candidates and causes. I'm running to tackle a broken fundraising system that's really left people, a lot of raisers out of the process, and also tackle scam packs. Thank you.
Seriously.
Thank you. I am Chris Corge, and I am running for re-election as National Finance Chair for the DNC. Folks, we are in a very tough spot, but I have a proven track record of being the largest Democratic fundraiser in DNC history. And as the National Finance Chair, we have built the strongest National Finance Committee ever. I am ready to get back to work and raise the money we need to win.
Thanks, Chris. All right, first question to both of you. After watching last week's forum, it's pretty clear that the two of you actually have very different approaches to this job. So I'd love for each of you to tell us what your vision is of the role of National Finance Chair and why you are the best candidate for the job. And let's start with Mr. Corge.
Well, my vision of it is that we need to reach donors where they're at and at all levels. And to do that, you need to have a very robust digital program and a mobilization program that reaches all donors. The National Finance Chair needs to focus on the fundraising that results in National Finance
Committees. Blamed for the campaign.
My approach is going to be to have two levels of national finances. One is the National Finance Committee, and then the other's a regional finance committee. To enter those two, what I am going to do as the National Finance Chair is make it accessible to smaller donors, use the digital programs that we have to attract smaller donors from $100 and up that we need to get to recruit them to go and raise money, not just give money. And I also intend to build a large lay leadership like I did in the past of 28 Deputy National Finance Chair. Chris Lowe is going to be my right-hand guy. He's worked with me for 5 years. And we're going to raise a lot of money at all levels using all the technology that we have.
Thanks, Chris. Tim?
I can't think of a race that has a starker contrast between the candidates and how we would approach this job. It is gratifying to hear Chris Korch talk about digital and online. In the last forums, he said that wasn't his job, and he actually, didn't really think it was that important. We are a party that's fueled by grassroots donations. We are a party where 60% or more is coming from our grassroots programming, our direct mail, our digital. It's not just digital. It's coming from SMS. It's coming from all sorts of places. We need to figure out how we're going to lower the barrier to entry, and we're going to grow our raiser base. That's not by creating these multiple pyramids. We need to have one national finance committee that's going up and down the scale, that's going to be able to cater to people who raise $10,000, $15,000, and who raise $80,000 to $100,000. One thing that people have to realize, our contribution limits are going to go significantly down in 2025. That means that we're not going to get those big checks that people are talking about from the last cycles. So how are we then going to be able to grow our donor base? My plan, lower that standard so that we are getting as many National Finance Committee members as possible, and then let's start sharing these lists of NFC donors with state party chairs, and then growing state fundraising networks. We've had 4 to 6 years to do this, and we haven't. So it's time to focus on grassroots organizing.
Thanks, Tim. Chris, I want to give you a chance, because he called you out by name, to respond. You've got 30 seconds.
Well, first of all, 2/3 in the election year comes from digital. So anyone that thinks that I've ever thought digital and mobilization is not important it's ridiculous. Second of all, we are going to lower the national finance chair level to $25,000 to make it more accessible. But I'm not going to have a defeatist attitude that we're not going to get money from wealthy donors. In fact, I've been talking to all our donors, and they are going to ante back up, and that's why I'm coming back.
Oh,
Thanks,
they think
Chris.
the rich donors aren't going to go in anymore because of how badly it was
with
handled.
Tim this time. Look, you both have acknowledged that
Oh,
there is room
shit.
for improvement in the DNC fundraising operation. What's one specific innovation that you would like to bring to the role?
My experience in the Democratic Party spans across lots of different fields, from digital to direct mail to grassroots to campaigning and organizing. I've seen it all. I've served on boards. I'm the board treasurer, run for something. I've served on several different boards for several different progressive organizations. So I have a pretty good understanding of the funding space and where we're at. And people right now,
he's more
they're
progressive
despondent.
than the other guy. The other
They're
guy's
depressed.
like
There's
more
trust broken.
middle.
I can
I'm
talk
betting.
about innovations around digital and online. And by the way, we need a finance chair that's going to be able to tackle budgeting, that's being able to tackle looking at reports and being able to tell whether or not this is working. I'm the only candidate in this race that's probably seen a digital report and can actually understand it in a way whether or not the ROI is higher, whether or not we're losing money. And that would go the same for the grassroots and for the direct mail and for the SMS programming, and also for the finance department and events. But right now, it's about trust and regaining that trust and re-electing the same leadership that got us to this point where voters and donors feel despondent, where they're depressed. That's not sending the right signal. That's not sending the signal that we need change. So if National Finance Chair, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call every single NFC member, and I'm going to ask them 3 questions that haven't been asked yet. What did we do well? What did we do wrong? And what can we do better?
And that's time. Thanks, Tim. Chris?
Well, I can tell you the one thing we did well is we raised $2.2 billion, $800 million
And you
from major
wasted so
donors,
much of it.
and
Not them,
$1.4
but the
billion
campaign.
from digital. The most ever raised ever. So I just don't even understand, no offense, Tim, why this is even a subject of discussion. Let me tell you what we're going to do to improve on that. What we're going to do to improve on that is we're going to take our NGP system, and yes, it's true, I'm not a technical expert on, that's why we have staffs. And you know, Mr. Lynn himself was a consultant to the DNC, okay? And so I am just telling you, we are going to take our NGP system and look at our mobilization system and try to integrate it so that when we do events all over the country, we are going to also attract some of those digital mobilization donors to our events to get them to try to raise for us. That's the things we're going to do. And incidentally, I've talked to at least 30 of our biggest donors, and a lot of them urged me to come back because they had faith and trust in me. The campaign didn't go well, but that's not my job. Now, on budgeting and everything, today,
See, that's what he's
I
saying.
said it at the budget committee. We are going to have bylaws that are going to create transparency
It's not his
and
fault,
line item budgets, because I'm not going to go
But
raise
he's
money
the one
and
that's going to
waste
have to
it.
raise the money
All right.
next time. So they
You
don't think
both
the
touched on
spending
this
was
briefly.
these guys' fault.
But yeah, we raised record amount of money in this last cycle, still lost the White House. And I hear some chatter that there might be Democratic donor fatigue at both the big donor and grassroots level. So as you look forward to this next cycle, next finance chair isn't going to have an incumbent president or vice president to help them. You're going to be facing a competitive midterm where a lot of the dollars are going to be flowing to down ballot races, and then a presidential primary heats up where they're going to be sucking in a lot of the money. How will you combat donor fatigue and even some donor skepticism to ensure that the DNC can provide the next nominee with the infrastructure they need? Chris?
Well, first of all, transparency, because they feel like they didn't get what they paid for. I look at donors, large and small donors, as investors in this party. And we are going to have transparency because myself and Mr. Lowe, who's the co-chair of the Finance Committee, are going to set rules and bylaws that require detailed budgets so that people understand what we're spending money on. That's number one. People need to understand that 2 years from now, we're not going to have trouble raising money. When we start the presidential cycle, everyone gets excited. The candidates are all out there. They're doing debates and everything else. And that's when we get the energy to do it. These 2 years now are the most difficult time to raise money. And the way we're going to do this is by getting our donors more engaged and involved and listening to them for a change. People say, oh, big donors have too much control. Big donors don't have any control over anything. They don't have as much control as a small donor, okay, which is nothing. It's been run by a handful of people. I've been there long enough, and I can tell you, now that we don't have the White House and someone telling us how we have to do things, this is our chance to right the ship.
Thanks. Tim?
That's interesting.
Chris had just brought up his comments about rich people, and I think that's a good segue into talking about how we're going to get the trust of donors and raisers back. I can explain, and let me go a little bit further, explain why I'm in this race. I wasn't planning on running for finance chair. This wasn't something I had on my bingo board. I came in 2 weeks ago, and people are asking, why did you come in so late? Well, at the first virtual forum that my candidate was in, he announced that he was running unopposed and that the Democratic Party was demonizing rich people, that they were paying their fair share in taxes, that it's insulting to think that they would want anything for their donations, and that if you had a problem with anything I'm saying, then find someone to run against me. That's the type of culture, and that's the type of talk and rhetoric that doesn't represent democratic values today, and it's why I'm running. It's why I put my hat in the ring, is because donors and raisers, they need to trust our leadership. They need to trust that the leadership believes in the values that make up the core of the Democratic Party, and that's working families.
He's more
That's
left.
the middle-class families that are so essential to what we do. So how are we going to get donor fatigue? That's how we're going to do it.
Thanks, Tim. All right, we're going to turn to some questions from the audience. I'll come back to you in a minute, okay, Chris? Because I want to make sure we get some audience questions. Our first question actually comes from a DNC member, Diane Robertson from North Carolina.
Good afternoon.
There's no one
This
there.
is for both of you. Is there a role for DNC members as fundraisers? If so, should we have a fundraising goal for party
That's
members
funny.
and/or state parties?
Chris?
Yes, there is a role, and we should, first of all, let's understand,
probably
state
more
parties
people
go out there
watching
and
this
raise
stream than are
a
watching
lot of
there.
money for their own operations. The DNC in the last 4 years has given the largest historic amount of money to the state parties, as we heard today, which you were at the Finance Committee. And yes, DNC members, I have asked every DNC member since the first day I came to a meeting of all DNC members to whatever it was, whatever he could afford, $1, $10, $1,000 to invest in the DNC. If DNC members don't believe in the DNC and put money into the DNC, whatever they could afford, then how do they expect other people to do that? So as far as the state parties, though, they got to raise money for their own state party, and we need to raise enough money to help them and give them money so that they can run successful operations and win up and down the ballot. So there is a place for all donors, and that's why our digital team, our mobilization team, is trying to integrate both our NGP system with their system so that we can draw upon our grassroots donors and our larger, and we have people that are 250 or are NFC members.
Tim?
I think this goes to the core of why I'm running. There's a dramatically different viewpoint that my opponent and I have of the job of National Finance Chair. I take the role as serious as possible, but according to what the bylaws and charter says. And the bylaws and charter says that the National Finance Chair will be raising funds for the Democratic Party, its state parties, and its candidates. It doesn't say that it runs the National Finance Committee. So when I think about how we're going to be fundraising over the next 4 years, I want to have a reset. And I want to be collaborating with state parties. State parties are not raising a ton of money. Anyone who works in state parties know how hard it is, right? It is incredibly hard, especially when you have national groups, scam packs, and others trying to take money away from them. We need to create a collaborative force where we're sharing the list together, working together to show the donors this is the output. This is what their ROI is for, right? We don't have the White House. We're not going to have holiday party invites. We're not going to have commissions. What we have are our state parties. What we have are our candidates. And that's what we're going to need to show to the raisers and to the donors the outputs and what's going to get us to get the trust back from the donors and the raisers.
All right, thanks, Tim. We are getting close to the end. We got time for one more question. Let's turn to Carly Heckel, a Georgetown student, class of 2027. Carly?
All right, thank you. What do you plan to do to demonstrate to voters that the Democratic Party represents them and not special interests? How will you work to reduce dependence on super PACs?
There's no one there.
That's a great question. I just talked about the difference in values and the difference in rhetoric. What my values and rhetoric is, I'm fighting for the working class. I'm fighting for I'm going to fight for the core of what makes the Democratic Party. We are not a party that is made up of big donors. We are not the party that is the oligarchy's influence. We are the party that is enabled by grassroots supporters, people who are giving $25, $50, $10, and also people who can give $1,000, right? But we are a party that's fueled by the people who are invested into our mission and why we're doing this.
People in the campaign were in charge of the campaign.
And that's what led me to run for this race. That's what led me to
people aren't on the campaign. They're
here
in the DNC,
today, is because I don't believe right now that we can have a Democratic Party leadership that is not going to be fighting for those values, that's going to be defending the rich, that's going to say that we're demonizing the rich. I mean, we have Democratic leadership right now that has campaign lit without a union bug. I mean, this is the type of behavior and language and rhetoric that says we're not listening to you, that people's perception is that we are a party of elites that protects elites. I want to battle that. I want to fight that. And the way we're going to do that is by opening up the National Finance Committee. That's by sharing information, collaborating, by having transparency, and then going back to what makes us strong, which is our grassroots principles.
Chris?
Nothing could be further than the truth to think for 1 second that all of our donors, large and small, are not leading with their values, and that I don't lead with our values. First of all, what Mr. Lim said is untrue, and I want to be emphatic about this. I never said that DNC donors pay enough taxes. What I said was that if they wanted to pay less taxes, they would be in another party. Our largest to our smaller donors all want to pay their fair share of taxes. They're giving us money to get rid of the Trump tax cuts. So I'm not going to demonize people that have done, and it's been their life work, and with their values, democratic values, and to infer that somehow or another, I, after 30-something years, supporting every president, every candidate, serving in all these leadership positions, am doing it for any other reason than my democratic values. I do this to lift people up, working class people in this country, and people that can't lift themselves up.
Life in democratic politics.
I suggest that Mr. Lin should come and join our committee and spend time to understand what we do, and which he doesn't. So I am telling you all, if you want to raise the money we need to get this job done in the next 2 years, I'm the guy to do it. And that's why I came back.
Thank you, Chris. And with that, we are at closing statements. Each candidate has time to close, and we are beginning with Chris.
Well, folks, nothing could be more important than getting the necessary money we need to lead with our values and win. We do need to look at our messaging. It's got to be about working class people. But I am telling you, I'm the guy. I'm the proven guy who's raised records amounts of money, and I will do it again. And we need to get back to work the day after this election so we don't fall behind.
Thank you very much, Chris. Tim?
I was just told that I'm not part of the committee and that I need to get more involved. It's insulting, and that's exactly the attitude that Chris has been exemplifying to the rest of donors and raisers who are not the biggest donors and raisers. I've been on the National Finance Committee for the last 4 cycles. I've busted my butt fundraising. I've busted my butt working for Democrats and getting them elected. And I deserve to be seen, and I deserve to be acknowledged. And so that's what I will promise to any of you who want to join the National Finance Committee.
Certainly a spirited conversation that I'm sure will continue at the hotel bar tonight. Thank you all very much.
He's invited to come to the bar.
Thank you all very much. Please stay with us. We'll be back in 10 minutes for the Forum for DNC Treasurer. Thanks.
All right, well, I wonder how many of these forums they have, because if they're going to be about 20 minutes, we'll say half hour just because that's, extra time, whatever. They can actually get a lot of these things in today. We might be able to watch a whole bunch of them. I think that what was most striking to me about, hang on a second. I'm playing a racing game on my phone. I think what was most striking to me about that, so the Asian guy is obviously someone who got into, and I know nothing about inner circle Democratic politics coming into this. I don't pay attention to it at all. This is just my read based entirely on what we're seeing on the stream. It seems as though the Asian guy came in a couple weeks ago. He wasn't even planning on running for this job, but because the other treasurer is such an asshole that people don't like, apparently, even though he raises a lot of money, but obviously there's some sort of personality thing where he's saying things that are pissing people off. This Asian guy came in and is like, you're not going to run unopposed, fucker. You're going to speak to our needs, or we're going to replace you, or whatever. And now it kind of seems like maybe the Asian guy knows that he has momentum on his side, because the Asian guy looked oddly calm. He was just like, yeah, I mean, this just sucks. We need to change things, and we want to do things this way. We don't want to do things that way anymore. You don't even know anything about technology, blah, blah, blah. And it seemed to me as though the older guy was fighting for his life and flailing around. So that to me tells me that like he's probably going to lose and he's probably not happy about it. And I also think the older guy is much more like moderate and centrist, whereas the Asian guy was obviously more progressive. I'm not saying the Asian guy was a socialist. I don't think he was, but absolutely a progressive, maybe even tiptoeing over into like DSA territory. I don't know anything about him, but absolutely progressive. And so I think that people were asking in the chat, well, like, who spent the money on the campaign? What we just watched was the people who were raising money for the Democratic Party. So these are the people who had to go out and solicit the billions of dollars that they raised last year, well over $1 billion spent on Kamala Harris's campaign. They were the ones that were actually going to like the rich donors and asking for the money, but they're not responsible for how the money is spent. And that's just what fundraising is. There are people whose entire professions are simply going and asking rich people for money. I worked in the fundraising office at Dartmouth College in the middle of a $1.3 billion fundraising campaign. And so like professional fundraisers, it is a profession. It is like a sales job, and they make a fuck ton of money. Professional fundraisers, even at like colleges and universities, they make the most money of anyone on the campus. It is like absolutely absurd how much money these people make. They're soliciting huge gifts. We're talking millions and millions and millions of dollars. And those are the people who make friends with all the rich people and then convince them to give their money to Democratic politics through like PACs or like whatever, however they do it. Okay, so now these fundraisers have to answer for what the campaign did. And it's not their fault. They weren't the ones who were deciding how the money was spent, but they are the ones who have to answer to the really rich donors. And what it kind of seemed like to me is the Democratic Party is worried about whether or not they're going to be able to retain their rich donors because their money was so misspent by the campaign. Again, that's not the fundraiser's job, that's the campaign's fault, but like they're the ones that have to provide an explanation for that. And it kind of seems like the Democratic Party is afraid that they're going to be losing those rich donors. Also, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I've seen this Asian woman, this like bougie Asian woman all over like, you know, Fox News and things like that. And apparently she was a really high level Democratic fundraiser, raised millions and millions of dollars. And she's been going all over Fox News and all these other conservative outlets saying the Democrats suck. They wasted all our money. They can't provide any answers, any of that. Yeah, Lindy Lynn, like this woman's got a bone to pick, I'll tell you what. And also, I don't trust this woman either. I think this woman got told no when she didn't want to get told no. I don't trust her as far as I can throw her. She obviously has a bone to pick with the Democratic Party, but she's kind of spilling all the tea on the fundraising part of it and saying they waste all our money. No one can provide a plan. There's no leadership. She's been complaining all over the place. And I don't think that has helped matters any, probably for the party, because in fact they did waste an insane amount of money, and that's true. So that's kind of an interesting little peek into the inner world. And this is why I wanted to watch this, because it's like, this is not going to make headlines on Twitter. No one's going to be talking about this. No one's going to have video of this. And it's like, we are getting insight into the inner workings of what is going on in this organization right now in a way that is simply not going to be covered elsewhere. And I personally think that's kind of interesting, but I'm a nerd about this stuff. I'm an organizational psychologist. I'm a nerd. So thank you for entertaining me by dropping by. Guys, if you just joined, we are watching this Democratic Leadership Nominating Forum. And these are the people who you've probably never heard of in the Democratic Party who are trying to get elected to positions within the Democratic National Committee. And so this is like, they're basically choosing the leadership of the Democratic Party moving forward. And what they're doing is they're basically holding candidate forums, so we get to hear about their ideas for the Democratic Party, what went wrong, what their plans are, how are they going to move forward. I'm honestly curious about what the Democrats are going to do. Are they going to try to go more moderate? Are they going to try to go more leftist? I think with this national campaign finance chair that we just saw, the race that we just saw being debated, there was a definitive split between the more centrist guy and the more leftist guy. And I don't know. Is the party going to go more left? It's not impossible. a lot of the people who are leaving, it's my read that a lot of people who are really disgruntled are leaving and going to the left, not the right. All right,
Late, the
let's listen
executive director of the Georgetown University Institute of Politics and Public Service. Welcome to the forum for DNC Treasurer. Before we introduce the candidates, I'd like to start by going over the rules. In order to participate today and to qualify for the February 1st ballot, candidates must have submitted 40 verified DNC member signatures by Saturday, January 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of DNC members during the DNC winter meeting this Saturday, February 1st. This forum will take place over the next 20 minutes, beginning with 30-second opening statements from each candidate and concluding with 30-second closing remarks. We determine the order of openings by random drawing preceding this forum. Closing statements will occur in reverse order. As moderator, I've been given exclusive control of the questions and the flow of the discussion. Neither the DNC nor any candidates have previewed these questions, and the DNC confirms that I have received all member questions submitted by the publicized deadline. This forum will prioritize questions from DNC members from the Eastern region, but may include questions from other DNC members or myself. Candidates might not receive the same questions, but they will be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will not be afforded time to respond to other candidates unless so directed. I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do, I'll provide a response time limit. Each candidate has 90 seconds to respond to each question. There is a timer available to all candidates. Once a candidate's time is elapsed, I'll let them know that their microphone may be muted. Crosstalk is not permitted. Finally, candidates are not permitted to use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, or other electronic applications or devices during the forum, though they may have written notes. And one last point for housekeeping purposes. Besides moderating this forum, I am also a DNC member. However, I have abstained from any electioneering. I haven't signed any petitions. I have not made my support either public or privately, and I will be abstaining from voting in this Saturday's election for DNC Treasurer. So with that, let's get started. Each candidate has 30 seconds for an opening statement. And let's start with Marika Coleman.
You. Hello, Democrats. I'm Marika Coleman, and I am running for DNC Treasurer. I'm running because I saw the disparity in how spending was done in this last election as a grass tops leader, as an elected official, but then also as a canvasser and volunteer coordinator. So I'm running for DNC Treasurer so we can have some equity in how that spending is going to occur. So I am looking forward to this forum. Again, Marika Coleman for DNC Treasurer.
Thank you. Matt Hughes.
Hey everyone, my name is Matt Hughes. I'm a DNC member from North Carolina. I am also running for DNC Treasurer on a pretty simple platform of bringing transparency, accountability, and innovation to the role of DNC Treasurer. In my day job, I work as a CFO for a statewide nonprofit organization. I've also been a state party staffer in the past, and a long-term and long-time involvement in the Democratic Party at all levels, and I'm very happy to be here.
Virginia McGregor.
Hi, I'm Virginia McGregor. I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania, and I'm running for re-election for Treasurer of the DNC because I've done a very good job. I bring common sense, business acumen to the job. Our family owns a 106-year-old steel manufacturing company. Our daughter is the fourth generation
Democrat,
in that business.
More leftist,
and
far leftist.
The job of the DNC Treasurer is a very specific job. It's mainly our FEC reports, making sure that our legal relationships are in order and our banking relationships.
I'm going to pick up where you just left off. The job description for a treasurer is actually a pretty basic job description. The charter and bylaws state that the treasurer will advise the chair and executive committee with respect to the finances of the party, will serve as a member of the Budget and Finance Committee. Additionally, as you said, the treasurer is the officer responsible for facilitating the filing of campaign finance reports with the FEC. That's it. That's all it says anywhere. So here's my question to each of you. Should the role be that specific and as narrow as laid out, or would you seek to expand it in any way, and if so, how? And Virginia, as the incumbent, I'd like to start with you.
Yes, well, let me tell you that when I was appointed to this job by President Biden, the first thing that I did, as we do in our family business, is look to where our money was.
No
and making
kidding,
sure that
Mila.
our banking accounts were stable and secure, and I made sure that we did that, and we did. We had one banking relationship, and I expanded it to 3. I also ensured that our deposits, which were expansive and extensive, earned interest to the tune of $1 million. Also, the DNC treasurer is the fiduciary of the party. There are only 2. It's the chair and it's the treasurer. We are the financial and ethical stewards of the party, which means that our behavior and how we approach the job has to be trustworthy, and the party is depending on us to get it right, and I have done just that. Also, our legal relationships. When I took this job, we had extensive legal bills, and I spoke to the chair and to our CEO, and I said, we need to bring our in-house counsel in-house. And we have saved millions of dollars by creating that office of an in-house counsel. Andy Levian has done a fantastic job. She is part of every decision that we make. So the role of treasurer is specific because we have to go before the FEC board, and FEC jail is real jail. If you do not account for every penny in and every penny out, and you aren't doing that dutifully, it creates a lot of problems legally and reputationally for the DNC.
Thanks, Virginia. Matt?
Yeah, no, I agree, Mo, that the role of treasurer is very narrowly defined. I think there might be a few other things in the charter and bylaws, but I do think that the treasurer really should be kind of a visionary leader that understands how budgeting works, especially when you're with a body. I have that experience, whether that's as a CFO of a nonprofit, doing a lot of the things that Virginia just mentioned. And of course, one of those banking relationships now is a minority-owned bank. So I think that's good that we're showing where we stand with as it relates to our values, but also as an elected leader before. People want to see transparency in terms of budget development and then also how those funds are expended. I think the treasurer should be the leading person with that, working with the chair, working with the staff to ensure that DNC members have as much engagement with the budgetary process as possible. I don't think that that means getting all nearly 500 members of the DNC around a table and trying to figure out if our inputs and our outputs make sense, but to understand what people think are the budgetary priorities of the DNC as it relates to building infrastructure, registering voters, protecting the vote, and doing year-round voter engagement and year-round organizing.
Thank you. Marika?
Thank you. To answer your question about expansion, 100%. So in actuality, the CFO and the attorney who is the compliance officers are the ones that are really working with the treasurer to file the reports. So the role really can be expanded. We lost y'all, and we lost big. So we need all hands on deck across this country. So this treasurer's position is a key position where we really could go to bring people back in the fold. We lost folks, and we have to own that. Some people that were a part of the Big Tent Party left. We weren't talking about those kitchen table issues that they wanted us to talk about. So this position can be a person that is traveling around the country, bringing those folks back in the fold, and also identifying and helping folks who didn't even know that they were Democrats. We lost by 5 million votes, y'all.
Why
we
did she want
lost
the
5 million
treasurer
people.
to do this?
So we
That
need to
doesn't make
bring
sense.
those people back, and we need to expand the Big Tent Party. So I commit to you as your DNC treasurer, I'm going to do what I already do. I'm a fire 'em up and an inspirational leader. So we've
Why
got
is she
to have
running for
people
the
excited about
treasurer?
this party. I'm really a little disappointed that it's not louder in here today. We are Democrats, and we are on the right side of history. So yes, this position needs to be expanded, and I commit to you that I will go around this country, fire this country up, and bring folks
Thank you very
back to the
much,
Democratic
Marika.
Party.
Thank you.
She's definitely the most
I think
passionate.
I
I'm
can
betting
pick
the
up
most
where you
leftist
just
too.
left off a little bit. Look, after any loss, it's common to hear grumbling and skepticism about how the money was spent. Now, I know that the treasurer does not oversee the DNC budget, But what systems and processes can the treasurer put in place moving forward to address concerns and reassure donors and members that the DNC is operating efficiently? Matt, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think the very first thing that I think the treasurer can and should do is work with the chair and the Rules and Bylaws Committee to really codify a process for how we approach the budget. What does public engagement with our DNC members look like? Being able to show by line item how we're planning to spend the funds, and really trusting the DNC members as the governing body, as real life experts who work in their local communities every day to figure out, do we have the right assumptions as to what we need in terms of infrastructure? Are we having the right assumptions in terms of what we need for voter protection and what folks on the ground need, which is really what I think our top priorities should be. And I think codifying that into the with the Rules and Bylaws Committee into the charter and bylaws would be very important, and being that face to work with that committee, to work with the members. And I think I actually kind of understand that when you're not able to see the budget, when you're not able to see the budget to actuals aside from the FEC reports, I can understand where there's a lot of skepticism. But part of that process also would be working with our staff, working with our officers, working with our chair, to really look at the contracts that the DNC engages in as well, to see what that return on investment got us, so that we can work with the vendors that were very good to us and renegotiate or reconsider those other relationships.
Thank you. Marika.
Thank you. Two particular issues. We need to do an impact analysis, and we also need a members portal. So I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and we have a members portal. It is secure. We need that for our rank and file members of the DNC. You need to have access to these budgets, but not only access, you need to have input on the budget itself. So that members portal needs to be secure so you can have direct access. But in addition, we need to do an impact analysis. What are the things that worked really well for us in the last election and others?
Very spicy.
And what are the things that did not? If we put a lot of money in something that didn't work for us, a lot of consultants or a lot of organizations that didn't produce, we need to adjust. They don't need to get another dime from us. But if there are organizations and there are entities in these state parties that are doing great work, we need to adjust and move money there. So we need to do that impact analysis so we make sure that we're spending our money where we need to spend it. Again, I said in my opening, one of the problems I had and one of the reasons I'm running is because of the disparity in spending when it came to the grassroots versus grass tops. I'm a state senator. As a state senator, all expenses paid, flight, hotel, food. As a grassroots organizer, bus captain, and canvasser, we had to beg and fight to get money just for lunch. So there's something wrong with that. Impact analysis and also the members portal.
All right, Virginia?
Yeah, so expanding the budget. Is that what the question was?
The question
it's hard to remember now.
How can the treasurer help assuage the concerns and skepticism of members and donors? What processes can you put in place to address their concerns about how money was spent?
I would like to see the budget myself, so I think everyone is in agreement. I know Chris Lowe is here, who is our budget and finance. He is also committed to that while now we have new leadership and the White House is no longer over us, that we can open up the budget process. But remember that the DNC is dependent on a war chest. And if there is no war chest, there is no budget, right? And so the war chest really dictates what kind of budget we're going to have. And Tom Perez used to say it best. There's the bronze budget, the silver budget, and the gold budget. Depending on how much money we raise and bring in, that's going to dictate how much we're going to be able to spend. Absolutely, we need more transparency, and I think this is the time to do it with a new chair.
Our next question comes from a DNC member who couldn't be physically here today. Carol Abney from Tennessee asks, as an accountant, I understand how important the job of treasurer is to an organization. What specific qualifications do you possess that make you the best candidate to be DNC treasurer?
Thank you so much. I mentioned also that I'm a lawmaker. I serve on a budget committee. I've been serving for 20 plus years. I deal in billion-dollar budgets and have to adjust where we need to adjust. In addition to that, as the treasurer, we need to make sure that our values are reflected in our budgets. I'm a lawyer. So when we talk about compliance,
this woman is
I am able to
oddly
look at
impressive.
the complex issues when it comes to FEC reporting. And finally, I actually did the training. The FEC actually has some training that you can get on parties, political parties, for the reporting and the filing. I went through that. I have the paperwork if you all want to see it, the certification, and the CLE credits also. But also I have the passion. I have the passion. We have to have passion right now. We need to be all hands on deck when it comes to not only executive officers, but all of you. Again, we have got to excite people in this country about this party, not just for us, but for democracy of this country. I want to make sure that my daughter who's here with me today, your daughters, your sons, your grandchildren actually have an America that they can be proud of. So I have those specific qualifications when it comes to the treasurer itself and the financial piece, but you got to have somebody with some passion also at the executive committee.
Thank you. We're going to actually take another question from the audience at the same time, and I want you guys to be able to maybe work in an answer to that question as well. And this question comes from Jeff Strader, DNC member from Texas.
Thank you and good afternoon. As a DMC member, I often find myself seeking more insights into our financial strategies, including budget allocations, fundraising efforts, and financial reporting. How would you as treasurer ensure that DNC members are part of a transparent budgeting process, receive timely updates and comprehensive financial updates, and have adequate time before reviewing and voting the budget?
Let's start with Virginia. If you want to answer the qualifications question in there as well, feel free.
Yes, absolutely. So first let me answer the first question, and then I'll get to you, Jeff. I'm uniquely qualified to be treasurer of the DNC, and I've done a great job over the last 4 years. My husband Bob is here today, and we have a 106-year-old steel company, family business. We talk about our business morning, noon, and night. And that, my experience in our family business, which is union and is a manufacturing business, the first thing I did was say, where are our deposits and are they safe? And we did not have a sweeps account, which you have in our business. And a sweeps account ensures that your money is covered by the FDIC and is resistant to hacking. We did that initially, the first thing on the job, as well as balancing our banking relationships do in our everyday life, as well as our legal.
It's them.
To your question about wanting more transparency in the role of treasurer, as well as the budgeting. The budgeting is done by the chair, so he or she will have a lot of work to do, because this is the #1 complaint of our members. As treasurer, I make sure that every penny in and every penny out, and who we're spending that money on and where it's going, is in the FEC report, which tomorrow we'll be releasing our latest report that is a public document for everyone to have access to. Just this morning, the Budget and Finance Committee, of which I am a member, we had a full and complete and confidential report on that as well.
Thank you very much. Matt?
Yeah, so I'll start at the beginning, one of which is that I've been involved in the Democratic Party for nearly 20 years, all the way down at the precinct level to being a member of the DNC, with roles as a county chair and a state party vice chair in between, helping candidates, being a certified campaign treasurer, CFO for a statewide nonprofit, certified nonprofit accounting professional, and I also hold an MPA focused on not-for-profit organizations from the University of North Carolina. To Jeff's question, I think it's a really good question, is that one of the things that we did in North Carolina was make budgeting more accessible to folks in a nearly 600-person body. I think that's something that we could easily do at the DNC with fewer people, but also a very important group of people with a lot of lived experiences as campaign professionals, as elected officials, as candidates and former electeds. And I really think that bringing folks in and being able to contextualize the FEC reports with budget narratives, with budget to actuals, with line item detail, that Finance and Budget Committee was very informative. Unfortunately, one of the things about the Finance and Budget Committee is we did not get from what I would consider to be something that would be like a true budget actuals report to the members of that body, and then also to the larger DNC as well.
All right, I'm being told we're just about out of time, Marika, because I gave you an answer to the last question that they didn't get a chance to answer. Everyone's had the same amount of time to respond to questions. So we're going to move into closing statements. You each have 30 seconds, and we will start with Virginia.
Well, thank you, everyone, for tuning in at home and joining us today. I love being your DNC treasurer. I do it full time. It is a volunteer role. I am not an elected official with constituents as home as some of my opponents are, or both of my opponents are. This is what I focus on. I focus on this role of treasurer and getting it right, and we got it right the last 4 years, and I will be part of making sure that we have a war chest and we are ready to build an infrastructure.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Matt?
She seems like a sweet older lady.
My name's Matt Hughes, as I said earlier, and I'm running for DNC treasurer. I hope to have conversations with all of y'all as we hurtle to the vote on Saturday. I want to bring my professional experience, my elected official, and party experience to bear on this role. I think there's a lot more that the treasurer can do to inspire confidence in the DNC, and I think that's going to be important, not only to our grassroots supporters and donors, but to the greater community of Democrats as well. So please vote for me, Matt Hughes.
And Marika.
I'm Marika like paprika, and I am asking for your vote on Saturday. And thank you all so much for today. But let me say, you won't be my only constituent. You can't be. If you do what you've always done, you get what you always got. We've got to go out there and expand. You won't be my only constituent because I'll be talking to Democrats across this country, bringing additional people back in the fold. All hands on deck. I need your help. I need your support. Marika Coleman, because we've got to win Congress to stop these MAGA Republicans.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for joining us. Very spirited conversation.
Well, that was entertaining at least.
We are 2 offices down, a few more to go. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for the conversation with the candidates for DNC Secretary. Again, I'm Mo Alathe. Thanks so much for joining us so far.
All right, so basically what they're doing, I think they're going through the officer elections for the DNC, so we're going to be getting progressively more into positions that are, I guess, are higher ranking. I like that they're doing just these little 20-minute debate things because they have this scheduled to go all night, but like it actually might not be all night at the rate that we're going, which would be good because I actually want to see the later candidates. So I'm enjoying this. How are you guys feeling? I know it's like a little bit boring. We were just watching treasurer stuff. No one really knows who these people are, but this is how party politics works, though. I do think from a different perspective, like if you've never been involved with party politics before, and I've been involved in party politics with 3 political parties, ironically enough, this is just how it works, and this is how it works everywhere. This is how it works in all the different parties. It is a long process. It is pedantic. It is, each party has kind of like their own culture and their own inner workings and stuff like that. And so you start to see some of like the internal politics come out when you watch stuff like this that you might not ever see on the news. And again, like one of the reasons I think this is fascinating is we're getting an inside look into the inner workings of a party that has just failed massively, a party that we don't like. And I think how the Democratic Party chooses to go is going to dictate how many disaffected lefties end up in the far left versus being more on the right. Because look at it this way. So say the Democratic Party's like, say it was right in the middle for the 2024 election. You can argue whether or not that's true, but we're going to say that for an example's sake. Say they lost massively just being in the middle. They now have a choice. They can't stay in the middle anymore because they just lost massively doing that. So do they start to try to go more to the right and more in terms of trying to pick off independents and people who are not conservatives, maybe like the MAGA, the kind of like normie centrist MAGA voter, not the conservatives, not the people who are hardcore Trump cultists, but just like everyday families, moms and dads, and maybe they used to vote Democrat, but then Joe Biden just got dementia and that just messed everything up. They could make the decision that that's where we really want to focus and try to go to the right. Or they can make the decision that no, we actually we can't be moderate. We have to start going more left. And I think the recruitment prospects of the radical revolutionary far left are kind of directly dependent on, does the DNC choose to go more right or do they choose to go more left? Because they're probably not going to stay where they are now. That would be the worst possible option because they just lost doing that. So it's kind of like right after a big loss, you're like, okay, so what needs to change? The assumption is something needs to change. The discussion is, what is that thing? And so that's what we're seeing now. So they've already decided they're not staying here. Which way are they going to go? If they end up going more, if the Democratic Party ends up going more right, that will be a signal to us that the radical revolutionary far left is going to be able to recruit massively in the next 4 years because they're going to leave behind all the progressives. So if the progressives don't have a home in the Democratic Party, they're going to go more left just because that's the way that's going to go. But if the Democratic Party chooses to go more left, that could actually maybe try to lure some people back in that they might be losing to the left, and that would actually be, well, is it good? I don't know. It's probably more ideal. It's definitely more ideal to have more people in the Democratic Party rather than radical revolutionary socialists. I would rather have less socialists than more. So, but neither is perfect, and neither is something that, you know, is a scenario that we want. Anyway, those are my thoughts so far. We're just waiting for them to come back. They're doing a little bit of a break in between each candidate forum. I wonder if the audience is going to get more filled up as the night goes on. It's just like no one's interested in these, but they might be interested on like the vice chair or the chair or something like that. So far, none of these people have been far leftist. We know that. I'm not even sure any of these people have been like DSA types. Maybe that Asian treasurer guy, but it's funny too that we ended up watching this because I was just thinking this morning, it's like when we go back and we watch Democrat stuff, because we spend so much time watching far left socialist stuff, when you watch Democrat stuff, it's like a whole different experience because you're comparing it to the far left stuff, and it's just two completely different worlds. If people are watching this right now that you've never watched the socialism content that I do, it is a completely different universe than what we're watching right now. And it's like, if you think Democrats are socialists or Democrats are communists, you need to come watch the actual communists and actual socialists, because anyone that is watching this, that watches my socialism content, I promise you, every single one of them that's been watching my content for any period of time, they know this is nothing like the far left. Nothing. On so many levels. Like, this is like a walk in the park. This is a picnic. This is a rainbow over a lake on a nice day. Like, this is light years from what we watch. It's way different. Way different. All right, I think they're coming back. The music has stopped. Here we go. I hear them clearing their throat. Yeah, this is ice cream with sprinkles and whipped cream and peanut butter sauce.
Hello, I'm Mo Alethi, Executive Director of the Georgetown Institute of Politics and Public Service.
Hey,
and
Mark.
welcome to the Forum for DNC
Good to see
Secretary.
you.
Before we introduce the candidates, I'd like to start by going over the rules. In order to participate today and to qualify for the February 1st ballot, candidates must have submitted 40 verified DNC member signatures by this past Saturday, January 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of DNC members during the DNC winter meeting that just got underway on February 1st is the vote. This forum will take place over the next 20 minutes, beginning with 30-second opening statements from each candidate and concluding with 30-second closing remarks. We determine the order of openings by random drawing preceding this forum. Closing statements will occur in reverse order. As moderator, I have been given exclusive control of the questions and flow of the discussion. Neither the DNC nor any candidates have previewed these questions, and the DNC confirms that I have received all member questions submitted by the publicized deadline. This forum will prioritize questions from DNC members of the Eastern region, but may include questions from other DNC members or myself. Candidates might not receive the same questions, but they will be given roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will not be afforded time to respond to one another unless so directed. I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do so, I will provide a response time limit. Candidates will have 90 seconds to respond to each question. There's a timer available to the candidates. Once your time has elapsed, I will inform you that your microphone might be muted, so don't test me. Crosstalk is not permitted. Finally, candidates are not permitted to use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, or other electronic applications or devices during the forum, though they may have written notes. And one final housekeeping note in the interest of full disclosure. Besides moderating this forum, I am also a DNC member. I have not participated in any electioneering, any conversations with any of the candidates, have not signed any petitions, have not declared publicly or privately my support for any candidate, and I will be abstaining from voting in the race for DNC secretary this Saturday. So with that, that's a lot. Let's get started. With our opening statements, 30 seconds. Jason Ray, you are up first.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all for being here. You know, serving you as our DNC secretary has been the privilege of a lifetime. Since my first election, I've worked hard to increase our transparency, to strengthen communications, to build stronger relationships, and most importantly, to be an advocate for all of you, our DNC members. I'm running for re-election because my experience and proven results equip me to continue working on your behalf. There's so much more work to do, and I'm ready to keep my sleeves rolled up and work alongside you to build a stronger DNC.
Thank you. Jason. Marilyn?
Hi, thank you. As a daughter of rural South Carolina, my lived experiences mirror the heart of this party.
Lived experiences.
Resilience, determination, and the fight for opportunity. I know what it is to struggle, what it means to struggle, to organize, and create change from the ground
socialist.
up. I am the most experienced candidate in this race.
Democratic socialist at a minimum.
Thank you so much. All right, so to prep for this, I've read everything I could to figure out what the actual job description of secretary is. And what I've discovered is it really boils down to 3 points. 1, responsible for keeping all of the official records of the DNC. 2, responsible for communicating official party business to DNC members. And 3, serving as secretary of the National Convention. So with that, first question will go to Jason. You served 2 terms as DNC secretary. Why do you deserve a 3rd?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think we know that members here, we're going to elect a new chair on Saturday. And I think it's really important that we have some stable leadership
only literal
across the
retards
board.
think so, Charles.
I really view the
No
work that I've
offense.
done as secretary as really helping engage and support our DNC members. That new chair is going to need the support to keep our party affairs going. You know, as you said, Mo, the role of secretary really is about, I think, you know, boils down when you talk around the meetings, the notices, all of that sort of thing, the communication side. It really is about being the member's advocate. And I think having served as a DNC member, as a state elected member from Wisconsin before I got elected as secretary, I bring a really unique approach to the role, to be able to say, how do we continue to advocate so that I can go to the new chair, that we can keep the important business of the party going, but really work to say, hey, here's what members really need. Here's what's going on. Here's what we have to do. That new chair is going to have a lot to do right away, and we need to keep the business of the party moving, and that's why I think I deserve another term.
Great, thanks. Marilyn, why do you believe there needs to be a change in the secretary's office, and why are you that change?
Let me say this. I want to speak to the fact that there is stability at the DNC. In December, we saw how the DNC laid off hundreds of staff members. As a former DNC staffer, the work is on the staff level. And I think it's important at this moment in time, facing a second Trump administration. We've already seen in less than 2 weeks the damage that has been caused by Donald Trump. This moment requires more. The people are demanding more, including DNC members. And that is why I'm running for secretary, because we need more transparency, because we have not met that requirement either. We need more accountability, because DNC members need that. And we need more engagement internally as well as externally in order to rebuild trust with the 15 million voters who did not vote for us this election cycle.
Okay. I've heard you both speak just now and in previous forums about your general priorities. But I'd like to hear some specifics, and for each of you to address a couple of specific innovations that you would bring to the job. And Marilyn, we'll start with you this time.
Well, thank you. That's a great question. So two things that I have proposed doing, I proposed doing as secretary. One, the DNC members have complained to me about the lack of transparency, the lack of access to information. So what I propose to do is create a portal, a members-only portal that is private and protected so that members can access DNC information, including the membership roster, which many people have been trying to get access to that, including the rules and bylaws, the charter, the org chart. No one knows who does what at the DNC. DNC members don't know that. So I think we should have a portal that could be a resource hub for DNC members to access information. Secondly, when I was Deputy Commissioner of Labor in New Jersey, I would have what was called the chat and chew. So I can listen and learn from the staff. Because they were the ones who were doing the work, that they were the ones who were the subject matter expert. Well, I think the same should happen here at the DNC. The Secretary's office should have open office hours so that DNC members can come, meet, share what's happening in the state. I want to know what's happening in South Dakota just as well as I want to know what's happening in DC. And then I can then be an advocate for DNC members at the leadership table.
Okay. Jason?
When I think about innovation, what comes next, I totally agree, Marilyn, on a platform. I actually tried advocating for that during my first term, and that was post the 2016 leaks, and the cybersecurity team at the time said, nah, let's hold on this for a little bit. And definitely something we should consider, how we can help share that information broadly. But what I say is that's something that I've been able to do in my office, that we've been able to bring folks in, that when folks need information, that we're actively providing it. And I actually think through the role and think around it about not only are we responsive to members, but how are we proactive? So every communication I think of, I say, what might help a member? What might members need to know? What can we do? But I think when you talk about innovations, it's not fun or sexy, but one thing that I have is setting the schedule of meetings for the year so that members know when to plan. It's something we've always tried to do, but it was harder when we had the White House, frankly, because the principals wanted to come, which was a great thing to have the president and vice president actually want to show up at our meetings. So we couldn't necessarily plan far out for them. So one, I'm going to call it an innovation, is getting that calendar set for the year so that members who have to spend their time, their money, can book accordingly, can book cheaper flights, can plan their lives around what we're doing as members.
A follow-up, I'll give you each like 20 seconds to answer this. You just talked about members spending their time and their money. I've heard that criticism quite a bit, that complaint quite a bit from a number of members about how they got to pay out of pocket and it's expensive to go to DNC meetings. Is there a way that you would advocate for the DNC to be supportive and helpful to those members to make it easier for them? Jason, and then.
Well, I think one way is just getting the dates out earlier so people can plan. So you're not waiting, 30 days before and you're getting more expensive flights at the last minute. But I actually also encourage state parties to think about it. Actually, I never could have afforded to be a DNC member if it weren't for the fact that in the Wisconsin State Party Constitution, they actually paid and reimbursed their DNC members to travel to meetings. I could never do this otherwise. I still spend most of this money out of pocket to do this work right now. But we have to find ways. And I'm not sure exactly what that is right now, but I think it's worth discussing.
I would say first and foremost, in addition to the calendar, it would be really important for members to know what is the agenda so they can plan accordingly. Just most recently, when we were in Detroit for the Detroit Forum, had I known that the forum, my forum would be in the afternoon, I could have flown in that morning and left that evening. But unfortunately, I had to book a Wednesday and a Friday trip because I didn't know the details of the agenda. So I think members need more information, not just dates on the calendar, but more details. As far as the financing of the trips, I think it's really important that state parties especially look out for young people. We're going to diversify.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
But we'll pick up where you just left off. The DNC membership is diverse, with many members who communicate in many different ways. How would you ensure that the Secretary's office is communicating promptly, effectively, and transparently with so many people who have so many different communications needs? Start with Marilyn.
By using my portal, but using the portal to put information out so that members have access. We have members who are offshore, who are part of DIMS abroad, and they are in different time zones. If we use the portal to share information, again, the calendar, but also the agenda so that members know, they can easily access it in the middle of the night for those of us who are insomniac. But that's how we can share information with members without having to worry about which time zone people are in. Just using a portal to just communicate with members.
Jason?
I think this is one of the most important functions.
I love that
the
they're like, we
secretary
just
does,
want an
is
online
actually
portal.
responding and engaging
That's
with
all we
members.
want.
And I will tell you,
We
I don't
just
think
want
there's
a
single
portal.
morning that I wake up that I don't probably have a text, an email, a voicemail, somebody
We
sending
give you
me on
guys
WhatsApp,
thousands
on
of
Signal
dollars.
for
We
members.
want an
They use all
online
those
portal.
platforms, Facebook Messenger, and I work around the clock to get back to folks. I've always said it as a guiding star for my office is member responsiveness and saying our #1 priority needs to be engaging and being responsive to our DNC members. That is something that I have committed to, something that I have done, and I will continue to do so. Everyone has their own preferred way of communicating. Dems abroad, prefers WhatsApp sometimes. So people can reach out to me in any way, and I will always work to respond to them, whether it's email, a call, a text, whatever it is. I'm there to respond and engage to our members.
Okay. In a couple of days, there will be a new DNC chair. Let's say you're sitting across from the new chair. It's your first meeting right now. Make your pitch. What tools, resources, changes do you need in order to make Secretary's office work better? Jason.
I think the first thing I would ask for is additional resources for staff. I love my staff. They are a phenomenal group who truly are working around the clock. But it's 3 of them that are working to respond to 453 DNC members, along with myself. They are planning the meetings. They are doing the committee work. They are doing that would be my big pitch, would be additional staff resources so that we can do more and provide more for our members. I know that they are working tirelessly right now. I will get emails from them at 11 o'clock at night, and I'll respond, and we'll go back and forth, and they'll be up sending me things at 6 a.m. again right away, and working through the night. And that would be the biggest thing that I would ask for. And then I would encourage that new chair, when I sit down with them after their election on Saturday, to say, put members first, that being a members chair matters. Get to know the members, understand who they are, spend time, build that relationship. The only way a new chair is going to be effective is if they know the 453 individuals personally, have that connection, can have a conversation, can see them walking, in the hall of a meeting and stop and say, how's it going?
Okay, Marilyn?
I will say this. I'm a big fan of oh God, what is his name? It's Dave Ramsey. He would say cash is king. Well, in this business, data is king also. So what I would ask the chair is, first and foremost, fund my portal. And then once we fund my portal, then I would say to the
We
new
want
chair,
a portal, goddammit.
We need to survey members to understand what are the priorities from DNC members. We need to understand how they feel about the meetings. Most meetings have taken place in cities that are pretty expensive. Are there opportunities for us to have meetings in places that are less expensive that might require a layover or I said layover? But we need to communicate with the members, understand and listen to the members about what they think is important and where they think the DNC should be. We're not asking leaders, DNC members, so where do you want to have a meeting? When do you want to have a meeting? Do you want to have a meeting in January in Michigan, or do you want to have a meeting in January in Houston? Like, give members the opportunity to give feedback. So let's do a survey of our DNC members, because right now we're going to have to do an autopsy on what happened in November, because people still want to know, how did we lose a $1 billion election, a $2 billion election? So first and foremost, I would say let's get my portal, and then let's do a survey of DNC members.
Thank you.
$2 billion.
Let's take some questions from DNC members. And our first question comes from Michelle Johnson, a DNC member from Louisiana.
Hi. Do you think there's a problem with DNC member engagement? If so, what would you do to address it? If not, what would you do to maintain it?
We'll go Jason.
I don't know that necessarily there's a problem engagement between the secretary and DNC members, but I think there's always ways we can improve that communication, Michelle, and connection between members to really foster it. Because as I like to say, it's a DNC family. We are all family. We like to talk to each other, and I know there are multiple signal threads, there are multiple text threads where people are communicating, sharing ideas. And I think that engagement, I hear that feedback. They come back to me. They're reporting and saying, hey, I have this idea. I love that type of engagement, and I want to continue that work to make sure that members know that they always have an open door. It's why in every communication, I publish my personal cell phone number. I don't hide it from any members. I give it out. I want folks to know that they can always reach out. And let me tell you, they do, which is great. And I think something that I've been able to bring to that office.
So from 2015 to 2016, I worked for the DNC as a director of community engagement. So engagement is like second nature to me. It is important for us to, again, engage with our members to understand what they need. It is also important for us to understand to communicate with our members, to share with them what is happening at the DNC. I've heard from DNC members that they've had difficulty getting information out of the Secretary's office. And so I think it's really important for us to keep the member first and foremost at what we do at the DNC. And I will say this, maybe because I'm a Southerner and I'm nosy, but I really want to know what members are thinking. I want to know where we're doing well, where we're not doing well, what can we do better, what can we stop doing. But I think it's really important for us to put DNC members first and not treat them like they're the staff because they're elected members of the body, and treat them as a colleague, as a key stakeholder, because we need to regain the 15 million people we lost this election cycle.
All right, thank you. Our next question comes from Andre Triber, a DNC member from Texas.
The Secretary serves as an advocate for DNC members within party leadership. How would you fulfill this responsibility, and can you provide an example of how you would amplify member concerns?
And let's start with Marilyn.
Sure. So, and again, having worked for the DNC, overseeing engagement, I would engage with, advocate for DNC members, especially the caucus and council chairs, with the then chairman at the time, just advocating for more resources, advocating for more events to happen in the states. And I would do the same with DNC members. And again, using the opportunity to convene, using the Secretary's convening power to host open office hours so DNC members can share best practices. So we know what's happening in Texas, so that we know what's happening in South Dakota. Is there an opportunity for us to take best practices from Florida and share those with individuals in Georgia, or take best practices from California, a very active state, and use those, take the best of what's happening in California to places like New Jersey? We have to bring our body together and have a conversation, engage and share information, share best practices that are happening across the country, and provide our DNC members with the tools to do their work in the states, to engage with the electorate in the states. We're not doing that now. We're not having the conversation. We're talking to and not with. And that's the problem with voters, and it's a problem internally.
I think that's something that I've been doing my entire time. It's why I actually ran for secretary the first time, was because I wanted to improve that advocacy on behalf of members. A couple examples that come to mind of concrete things that I have done in this role specifically for our members. The first, when it comes to standing committee appointments, for example, there's lots of questions about how DNC members can get on a standing committee. One of the things that I've advocated, both Chair Perez and Chair Harrison, when they were doing the at-large and standing committee process, to open up a portal for members to actually express their interest in being on one. And then not only to express their interest, but I actually went to the chair's office, went to the Office of Party Affairs, and said, here are our members, here are our rank and file DNC members who are doing phenomenal work. They need to be considered for these appointments, and going and pushing for their appointments to those committees. That's one. The meetings and getting that scheduled is something that I've advocated for strongly. We were able actually in February of 2023 to get that next one already announced 8 months out. And then most importantly, one of the things that I like to do, I pay my own way. I come to DC probably once a month, twice a month, and I go through the building and I do what I call laps. I walk around the DNC building, go department to department, and just talk. And I will say, I heard from this member. What are you doing about this? I've heard this. And I really work to respond to members' concerns and then report back to them and said, hey, I was in the building. Let me tell you what I heard. I expressed your concern about this. That is something that I have done and that I will continue to do to make sure that members know that they have someone in the DNC who is fighting for them.
I don't trust him for some reason.
Thanks so much. And with that, we're already at time for closing statements. Marilyn Davis.
I would pick the lady in the green, even though she's a socialist.
We're living under a second Trump administration, and the truth is, a lot of folks are going to suffer. So when I say yesterday DNC cannot be today's DNC, I mean the time is now for us to have an experienced DNC leadership team, especially in the top 4 power positions of the party.
True.
Who bring more than just the status quo. We need leaders who will keep people first. And I thank you for your service. Thank you for your vote.
Jason.
Well, thank you all for being here today. And most importantly, thank you for the work that you do on behalf of our party each and every day. Getting to be your secretary has been the privilege of a lifetime. And I would be so honored to have your support so we can continue to find new ways to increase accountability, to modernize our operations, make our meetings more interactive and impactful for members. I'm so honored to get to work alongside each and every one of you. And I'd be honored to have your vote to continue serving our party as secretary.
Thank you so much. Thank you both for a spirited conversation. Thank you all for listening and for tuning in. We will be back in a few moments. I am going to take a break, but my good friend Luke Russert will be back to lead the conversation with the candidates for Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Protection. Thanks so much.
All right. Now they're getting into the vice chair. Ooh, wow, there's going to be way more in this one. Okay, let's see. Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Participation. You've got a black lady, a black man. He looks, well, his last name is Steen, so we'll just put that aside. He looks kind of Asian, but maybe white, I don't know. White guy, black guy, BIPOC something, black lady, black lady. So they've got a good diversity representation in the DNC today. I wonder how many vice chairs they have. That's a lot of candidates. This is going to be a longer one. So this is going to be probably about like how they get more voters, like voter outreach, organizing, that sort of thing. Yeah, I have an interview I have to do at 8, Sam. So we're doing this today, but if you want to archive that. Yeah, you're right, Bot. 50% men, 50% women. All the women there are no white ladies. Well, you know what? Listen. No white ladies. Possibly white men. No white ladies, though. Maybe the era of the liberal white lady is finally over. Represents Georgia. Yeah, she looks like she would be from Georgia. Well, I don't know, Ken. Like, Josh here looks like he could be Asian. Look at the eyes. Asian mom, maybe? Half Asian? I loved how the last debate for secretary was basically all about the portal. Okay, maybe it wasn't all about the portal. It's like, we really need to communicate, and to do that, we need a portal. We need to do a better job of meeting members' needs. You know what we need to do that? A portal. It's like the DNC doesn't even have a portal. How the fuck did they raise $2 billion, but they don't have a member portal? Like, it's crazy. Like, what websites don't have a member portal? I have like 5 member portals on different websites. Yes, about the portal? Yes, they did. Half of the last debate was about, we really want a portal. We need a member portal. Can we have a portal? We'd really like a portal. You know what? This is a fair point. They're all wearing wigs. You're right. The black women are wearing wigs. There's no black people hair in this entire image. You're right. I don't know, any other thoughts before we get into this candidate forum? I'm just chilling. This is like what I used to have to do in organizational consulting all the time. I would literally, this is why like I don't mind doing this stuff, because I literally just in so many of my like past jobs just sat there and listened to people. I'd have to go to meetings and listen to things I didn't want to listen to, but it was like I had to analyze the inner workings of the organization. So you have to just pretend that you're friends with everyone when in fact you're like, oh, I really hate you. There's so many meetings that I would sit in where I would like, literally my job is to like facilitate something or to like just like observe something. And there were so many times when like you can tell who the problem people are in the room, but you have to pretend to be their friend, even though you're like, I'm like, you're the one that caused all these problems, didn't you? Okay, I got you, okay. And they're always the most smarmiest people in the room, where you know that it's like, they know that you know, and you know they know, but neither of you can admit it because you're playing nice, because they're trying to manipulate you into thinking that it's someone else. It's actually like, you know, I mean, everyone thinks they're like unique snowflakes, right? But hang on, I'm monologuing here about psychology. Hang on. Everyone thinks they're like unique snowflakes. And people a lot of the times they're like, you can't possibly know that I do that. You can't possibly know that person does that. I'm like, yeah, I do. You know why? Because I've spent a lot of time in rooms just watching people and identifying patterns, and it's the same fucking thing over and over and over and over and over again. Do you want to know how I'm able to predict what groups are going to do what? Because it's the same pattern. And once you understand the pattern, you can understand how to identify it. You can also understand how to break it, how to get outside of it. Humans behave in very, very predictable ways. You just have to identify the pattern. And never listen to what people say. Always try to understand the motivation behind what they say. Like, why are they saying it? Why are they saying it in that way? Why, like, what do they hope to achieve by this? That will tell you what they really think. People lie all the fucking time. I didn't realize how badly people lied until I was on the internet, but even before that, people lie all the time. What you want to listen for is why they're saying that. What is their motivation? What are they trying to get out of it? What are they trying to make you do? What are they trying to make you think? That will tell you what they really care about. Yeah, I mean, this is a fair point. Sometimes people convince themselves that the lies that they're telling are the truth. That's very real, Maria. I agree with that. And the things that really make them mad, that's their trigger. There's no reason to be mad about something if you aren't triggered by it in some way. You know? It's why you have to learn to identify what triggers you and get yourself to a point where that thing doesn't bother you. So if someone comes up to you and says it in your face, you don't feel nothing. You're like, okay, yeah, okay, whatever. But most people can't do that because most people are not that self-reflective. Yep. When you understand the pattern of how people can behave, you can manipulate them. Yeah, that's very true. You can try to get them to do things the way you want them to do it. You know, I mean, like, okay, so in the real world, though, real talk for a second, that's kind of like, if you're doing it with positive intent, if you're doing it with like, I need to figure out how to work with this person, otherwise we're not going to be successful, that's kind of manipulation with positive intent. So you are paying attention to what people are doing, you are understanding the patterns of what they're doing, you're trying to work with them in a way that they're going to be responsive to. So that's actually like a positive thing. I don't think people should think about that as manipulation. That's actually what more people should be doing, is like just acknowledging that different people are different and we all have different motivations and wants and needs and desires and all those things. And then identifying, how can I best work with other people that are different than me, that may have different motivations, so that we can create scenarios that are wins for both of us. That in functional systems, that's what happens. This is not a functional system. Social media is not a functional system. So that's why you get this, and fighting with everyone else becomes a virtue, rather than just saying, you know what, we're different and we need to figure out a way to work together. That was a mistake I made for the first several years of being online, is I overestimated how many people are doing the right thing because they actually care about solving the problem or things like that. I overestimated how many people were going to behave like adults and actually try to do the right thing. That was my mistake. I came from a world where more people were adults. So hard for me to even think that that world exists now, honestly. Like, some days I reminisce, I'm like, remember back when you worked with adults all the time? Remember back when people actually wanted to try to solve problems together, even if they weren't best friends? Remember back before you had people smearing you and lying about you all over the internet? Wasn't that great? I'm like, yeah, that was really great, man. That was really great. But no, I live in a different world now. I can never go back. But that's all right. We move forward. We don't go back. We're waiting for them to get started, guys. I'm just yapping to kill time. You've had jobs with high schoolers of the adult variety, yeah. I kind of feel like that's what I'm in perpetually. Yeah, influencers all act like high schoolers or middle schoolers. They want to be in the Curl Kids Club. We're all taking the pictures even though no one likes each other. That's like, I've talked about this before, but like, that's the funniest thing about influencers that all pretend like they're best friends. They can't fucking stand each other, I promise you. They all hate each other because they're all deeply insecure. A lot, like most influencers, maybe not all, but most influencers are deeply insecure people, and so they need to pretend that they have these social relationships because it's like that external validation that they're looking for, because they are deeply, 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 deeply insecure people. All right, I think we're getting started. No more psychology fun time. It was working there for a second.
By Saturday, January 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern. They've all done that. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of DNC members during the DNC winter meetings that are happening right now. This forum will take place over 45 minutes, beginning with 30-second opening statements from each candidate and concluding with 30-second closing remarks. We have determined the order of openings by random drawing that preceded this forum, and closing statements will occur in the reverse order. As moderator, I've been given exclusive control of the questions and flow of the discussion. Neither the DNC nor any candidates have previewed these questions, and the DNC confirms that I have received all members' questions submitted by the publicized deadline for those who can't all be here today. This forum will prioritize questions from DNC members of the Eastern region, but may include questions from other DNC members or myself. Candidates might not receive the same questions, but they will be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. Candidates will not be afforded time to respond to other candidates unless so directed. I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do so, I will provide a response time limit. Candidates will have 90 seconds to respond to each question. There is a timer available to all candidates. Once the candidate's time has elapsed, I will inform the candidate that their microphone may be muted. Crosstalk is not permitted. Finally, candidates are not permitted to use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, or other electronic applications or devices during the forum, though they may have written notes. Okay, now that the housekeeping is out of the way, let's get into it. This is a random order, and we start off with the 30-second opening statements, and we start off with Jim McBride. Jim.
Thank you. I'm a communications strategist who's worked for award-winning PR firms and organizations like the International Association of Firefighters and now Ukraine nonprofits. I'm a democracy advocate for Ukraine, plus reforms that increase voter and candidate participation. I'm a community leader who served the Young Dems, the Obama campaigns, and now hosts national and Virginia in-person and virtual events. It's time for democracy-driven leadership, relational organizing, and listen-first messaging. The DNC has great resources like iwillvote.com, but we need to engage voters or we're campaigning in the woods and not making a sound.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I am Congresswoman Akima Williams, and I proudly represent Georgia's 5th Congressional District, centered in Atlanta, where I hold the seat that was held by the late Congressman John Lewis. Y'all, voting rights is my life's work. I am currently the chair of the Democratic Party of Georgia, Battleground Georgia, and I've been doing this work my entire career. I'm a daughter of the South. I'm a mom. I'm a congresswoman. I'm an organizer. Y'all, it is time to get back to the basics, meeting people where they are, organizing everywhere, and winning. And I would be honored to have your vote and your support as your next DNC Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Participation.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Ms. Tucci.
I'm Ro Tucci. I'm here because it's all hands on deck. I'm stepping up like we're going to need so many more people to do. I'm a leading global civic engagement practitioner who deeply understands the context we are in right now. And I'm a community leader in touch with local needs and knows the courage and success of everyday individuals to push back and build the future they want. I'm here to push us to go further, to build and spark civic activation beyond engagement. I'm here to challenge us by asking the hard questions about how we build and engage even within our party. The game has changed on us, and I'm going to help us innovate and pivot
Thank
fast.
you so much.
Hi, this is Senator Sheikh Rahman from Georgia. I represent Georgia's 5th Senate District, one of the most diverse state Senate district in the country. People come from more than 100 different countries, speak more than 100 different languages.
Not black.
That's the district I represent. I'm honored to be a former DNC member serving a state committee for more than a decade. The leadership of the DNC doesn't reflect the country. The district I represent, that's why I'm running to be your next vice chair for the civic engagement participation.
Mr.
Hopefully,
Rahman.
Mr.
Blake.
First, our prayers to those that were lost yesterday in the tragedy. My name is Michael Blake. I'm running to be the Vice Chair of Civic Engagement because we have to change the game and how we get young, black and brown and working class back in the game. With the endorsements of 16 state chairs, 6 vice chairs, and just this week, College Democrats of America, I am one of those young black men that's trying to make sure we get more people back in the game. Use sports, use gaming, use technology so we can win again. So if you understand like I do that we have to be better in how we organize, then I'm asking for your vote on Saturday to be your next Vice Chair of Civic Engagement.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Mr. Bruce.
Hello, hello. I'm Josh Burstein, most recently creative director for the DNC convention. The last time everyone here was truly happy. So I've helped Dem's message in the field and online.
I like him.
Since I
See,
was a
Asian.
new
I told
media
you he
guy
was
for
Asian.
Students for Barack Obama. I'm running for vice chair because this is a crucial moment to modernize,
Asian and
where we need
Jewish.
doers at the DNC who actually know how to enact the change we're seeking. I offer specific solutions to address voter engagement, which I look forward to addressing with you today. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. Congressman Beatty.
Joyce Beatty, electing me, you'll have a chair that will make sure that every vote, every voice, every state, blue, battleground, and red, will be heard. 50 state, 7 territory plan, putting young Dems at the table, standing with labor. My skills and leadership is unmatched. I've fought, I've won, and I've been successful. I delivered the John R. Lewis voting rights in the House. I flipped the state of Ohio as the minority leader. My numbers will speak for themselves in my closing, but my heart goes out to those killed in the crash.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman.
I'm Raina Walters Morgan. I am the only candidate on this stage who has developed and executed a national voter protection plan. I have the experience to hit the ground running on day one. I bring an organizing mindset to this work. I have a track record of success, and I know how to win. And finally, I am the only licensed attorney in this race. The 2 prior vice chairs were also licensed attorneys, and there's a reason for that. We need to make sure that our voter protection strategy includes a legal aspect. I am Raina Walters Morgan, and I am excited to be here today.
Thank you so much. Give them a round of applause. Going up. We'll start out with Congresswoman Williams for you. This last election cycle, Democrats bled support from voters who traditionally supported the party. You see that with African-American men, Latino men, and there was some turnout issues in the state of Georgia. What would you specifically do to get the party back in the good graces of those voters who either stayed home this time around or said, you know what, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt to Donald Trump?
Absolutely, and we saw this across the country. When you look at battleground states, Georgia actually increased our voter participation by 74,000 Democratic votes from the 2020 election. But guess what? If you don't win, it's still not enough. What I understand is that in talking to voters across the state of Georgia, across the country, is that people want someone willing to fight for them. When we go into our deep red communities, what voters want is someone who's going to show up and be willing to fight for them and their values, fight for the things that matter to them. If you're sitting there and you can't figure out how to put food on the table, you can't get to the next step of thinking about democracy
want us to fight
and
for
what
us,
that means at the ballot box. And so what we are doing, we have been all over the state of Georgia. I went with the vice president in Georgia in places that I didn't even know existed in the state of Georgia because they were small towns. But we also have to make sure that while we're investing in these deep red areas, that we can't forget our base in our deep blue areas. I represent a deep blue district in a periwinkle state, and we're doing just that in Georgia. While we increased our voter turnout, it was not enough. That means that we've got to meet people where they are. We've got to stop delivering a telegram message to a TikTok generation, which means we've got to invest in areas that we didn't invest in before. I have a 9-year-old son who heard so many ads on kids' YouTube about Miss Kamala and what she was going to do, but you know what he never heard? Carter never heard responses to those ads. So that's what it means to meet people where they are. It means showing up in their communities and showing up in all of the digital spaces where they're also gathering, because that's how we win. We show up, we organize, and we win.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman. The same question to you, Mr. Blake. How would you get these voters who were, because we saw real turn in New York. New York went more red
Thanks,
than
Hilton.
it had
I appreciate
in
it.
most of the
Also, I
elections
appreciate the
since
$5
80s.
Rumble
What do you do to get
rant
these voters
earlier.
back in
It
the
came in.
fold?
I didn't see it before I ended the stream, but thanks
the
for it. I saw it.
You know, you had one person campaigning there and another, but let's be clear about this. We're not connecting with black and brown communities in a real creative way. We have allowed the other side to dictate the conversation. Republicans are using chats in gaming rooms to spit their nonsense regularly, and we're not countering that. We're actually not supporting labor on the ground consistently, so we have a collective program around that.
Really?
Sports and entertainment. 93 of the 100 highest viewed shows last year were NFL football games, but we would never mobilize and actually connect with people where they're at right now. We would have conversations about not going on Joe Rogan's podcast. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because if people are listening to podcasts, go to where the people are at. So if we're serious about how to get more people back in the game, go to where they're at right now.
This
it is a
guy
very
knows
straightforward
what's up.
approach. Also, let's be clear. Stop talking about Trump being bad. People understand he's bad. Talk about why we're good. Give people a positive message about us and why we fight for us and how we're actually creating jobs and creating economic opportunities. This job is civic engagement, where you have to find ways to connect people around government being realistic to them, and then voter participation, where you have to make sure, yes, we're electing more people, but also protecting the vote and then mobilizing thereafter. What we did not do well is that we kept telling black and brown men in particular, and young people in particular, we hope you show up. Trump going to a barbershop doesn't show that he gets it, but us losing black and brown folks show they don't think we get it either. And so we have to do this differently and connect differently, and in large part, it's the communication channels to do that.
You just touched on something I was going to get to, but quickly, show of hands. If you were to win this job, would everybody go on Joe Rogan or no? All right, so everybody says they will go and fight in that media space that has not been the most
for
hospitable.
not
but
going
that's
on
probably
Joe
what the job
Rogan.
would take in its current
That's
component.
hilarious.
Congressman Beatty, I wanted to ask you, from Ohio,
They're
state
completely
that
ripping
President
on
Obama
Kamala.
won twice. It's now gone very red. The Obama campaign had success in those union households, but it seems a lot of that has bled, especially for Donald Trump. What would you do to try and talk to those working class voters that are so prevalent in Ohio that seem to have gone very much to the Republican side in the last election?
Thank you for that question, and you're absolutely right, and there is a clear difference. When you look at what we did then and what happened in this last election, and you'll probably hear it from seasoned individuals who have been in the fight, we didn't go to where the people were. We didn't listen enough. We developed a strategy, and then we went and told them and tried to implement it. When you look at non-college students, Trump won them by 13 points. When you look at those who made less than $50,000, they went with Trump. It's not just the brothers that went with Trump. White women also went with Trump. So something was wrong with our message. So what we would do, not only in Ohio, but across the 50 states and 7 territories, we'd start by listening. I can tell you, I have been able in Ohio to be the first female and the first person to win against the odds. I am a prolific fundraiser. I am a great listener. And it takes more than us just saying what we've developed and staffed and created and the tools. They lost. And we have to know we need transformational change. We can no longer have an incremental approach. We can't say, wait till you get to this age. We need the young Dems. We need to stand with labor. We lost a lot of them. And the number one thing, we didn't listen. We developed a 1.1 message, and we're not a monolithic party. Look at this audience. We come from different places. We have different cultures. Let's embrace that. I'd start with Ohio, because as you know, Ohio was blue, and so goes Ohio, goes the presidency.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Mr. McBride, I want to ask you a question. You have experience in this war
Thanks for
room
becoming a member. I do
idea,
appreciate it.
and it seems that one of the central problems Democrats had was this inability to respond to every single attack that was lobbed at them by the Trump campaign. It seemed that the Trump campaign was happy to flood the zone, threw a lot of false attacks out, to where the candidate's message was often muddled because they were fighting on so many fronts at once. What would you do to combat the culture and the atmosphere that the right wing has done a masterful job of doing, where resources are spread too thin on the Democratic side, and it seems the message can't cut through because they're playing on so many different avenues?
Well, I would really invest in building a year-round army of trusted messengers in the Democratic Party. It's something that has been talked about a lot, but I was involved in a couple different relational organizing programs during the campaign that were really excellent, but we started basically after Labor Day. There are Facebook groups out there that were like Kamala Harris Facebook groups, but they were not all created by the Harris campaign. They were created organically, which is great. But if we just sit back and let folks just spread whatever message that's kind of on their mind, the outrage of the day, then we're not in control of the message. So the Harris campaign did try to create a program where we would engage with those communities and try to get our message out. Like I said, it was too little too late. And so that's why it needs to be year round, so we can build the relationships and get out the message in these different social media spaces before it's too late.
Thank you so much for that. Soldiers Morgan, you focused your campaign on being a lawyer, obviously in terms of voter engagement, but also getting to the ballot box. The idea of democracy and the thought of losing democracy was something that a lot of people thought would stick, but it didn't seem to garner the upswell that the economy did. What would you do in this role to sort of to make the point of, hey, it seems as though your rights become eroded every single day of this administration?
I think it's important to remember that people have lives. And at the end of the day, the work that I have done is to make sure that voting is easy for them. You shouldn't have to pick between the economy and whether to go vote. And that's why the work that I've done as the Voter Protection Director and Civic Engagement and Voter Protection Director at the DNC has been so important. Because when we know that when people have access to the ballot box, they will go vote. And we know that generally when people vote, Democrats win. So I think we have to really think about what this role does and think about how we can impact voters in the future. And we do that by pro-voter policies. We do that by making sure that there are many days of early voting. We make sure that we have organizers and staff on the ground early, because the decisions about voting happen well before Election Day. Sometimes they happen 6 months to a year ahead of Election Day.
They're not wrong.
And when we have people on the ground who are building those relationships, who are advocating, and who are making sure that we have pro-voter policies, then voting becomes something that they will naturally do. And that's what we strive for. The communication messages, we can't control all of those things, but what we can do is make sure that we are doing everything we can to ensure that every eligible voter can cast a ballot that counts.
Thank you so much. Mr. Rahman, I was going through your biography, incredibly inspiring. You're an immigrant from Bangladesh. You came to the U.S. and made it. It seems, though, that stories like yours have become under attack in this new administration. It's never been harder, I would say, today to be an immigrant in contemporary America. What would you do to try and turn the tide to not only push back against the inroads the Trump campaign made with some immigrant communities, but also reestablishing your story as almost that of the American dream?
Definitely. That American dream is slipping away for a lot of folks. And the last election, I don't think we reached out, we gave them reason to vote. As a matter of fact, when I won my last election, as I said, in my district, is so diverse. I brought everybody together. So same thing we need to replicate around the country. The district that I represent right now, that looks like what is going to be future in all parts of the United States. The country going to look like what the district looks like mine right now. So we need to give a reason for them to vote. We have to practice what I preach. I came to this country 44 years ago, became a citizen 28 years ago. There's not one single year since last 28 years I haven't voted. I voted every single election. So that's why I'm a state senator right now. I was the first Muslim legislator, first state Asian American state legislator. I'm also first Muslim DNC member. I served with the executive committee. So I've done so many things because I participated. So immigrant community, we cannot just stay on the sideline. We need to come at the front line. We have to lead. We have to organize. And as a state senator, part-time, I have the time to go around the country and organize the folks that think nobody cares about them. I care about you. If you're immigrant, I'm there. I'm going to fight for you. I'm going to do whatever it takes. Trump is here for 4 years. He'll be gone. But I'm not going nowhere. I'm staying here, and I'm going to fight for you. That's what we're going to do.
Stucci, I was struck by your bio, USAID, an organization now that seemingly is under great pressure with these announced possible freezes of spending. This sort of idea of you are your brother's keeper, you are your sister's keeper, this idea of a swell to bring up others has not resonated, it seems, in politics since the 2008 campaign of perhaps President Obama. What would you do to hit on that idea, which has done well for Democrats in the past and had some inroads with some of those suburban voters in 2020, especially after what happened with George Floyd?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what we have to get back to, building an agenda together. And that's why I've been really leaning into not just a member-led organization, but also this year-round organizing so that we can be building from the foundation, from the local to the state to the national.
That's awesome.
And if we do that, we will avoid being out of touch, like I think we found ourselves this last round. If we do that organizing, I think another key piece is to be connecting to the grassroots organizations. There are so many organizations out there organizing right now. Last night we were just at a meeting and we're there with 20, 30 people who represent another couple hundred people. And they said there were 3 other meetings going on that night, just last night. We are not tapping all of these people that are a huge resource. And one of the people at the meeting said that they met with the DNC in 2017, and they said the meeting was a bust. Now, they took responsibility for why it was a bust, too. There was a lot of things they didn't understand. So it's not meant to be a criticism. But building from the foundation and building voice, I mean, not just giving people voice, but a sense of agency. That is what's going to combat the anger and the hate that is motivating the other side. Right? We need to inspire and give people a sense of agency that they are building this agenda together.
Thank you so much. Josh Bernstein, I think it's safe to say that Democrats got walloped in the technology game this last election. There is a space that has been built out in this right-wing ecosystem that's been very good for the Republicans. They're able to get their messages across very succinctly, very aggressively, very much rally up their side and muddle the waters for everybody else. What do Democrats need to do to fight on the technological front, which was a place they they were ahead for many election cycles?
Sure. Well, when people say they want a Joe Rogan of the left, he was a Bernie guy, and we kind of sent him there because we didn't have a big enough tent, and we didn't keep engaging his audience. If you want that kind of messaging, you want a parasocial relationship that's built over years, and you want to be showing up in the gaming, in the sports, where they really are at. So I think it's just really important to recognize that digital can't be a buzzword anymore. It can't be all that new shiny stuff. It is the water we swim in this millennium. Every single tactic that has to do with digital organizing, digital fundraising, that's just the tactics. And when we have a better message, when we improve a toxic brand that isn't hitting the fractured left and furthest middle, the people we need to win back the most, then we really need to start there and think about brand is not just a fancy new logo or hashtag, but holistically, what is inherent about us, and how do we actually have that demonstrate a you do you mentality in every single different aspect of online and offline organizing.
I want to throw this question out. Let's start with you, Mr. Blake, because I think that a lot of people look at this role and they say, we need to be a formal opposition party in this moment. We really need to fight back. Do you what would it take to get Democrats in that mentality of that? There's been a much publicized tweet this week. You know, the Democrats are for Main Street, while the Republicans are for Wall Street. A lot of Democrats are saying, come on, that's a Mitt Romney campaign in 2012. What are you going to do to fight?
We have to knuck when you buck right now. We got to be real clear that too often we have let the other side dictate the terms to us. We have a racist, homophobic, misogynist president and party on the other side, and too often we're unwilling just to call it what it is. There's anti-blackness that is happening. There is racism that is happening. There is sexism that's happening. And if we are unwilling to be real about that, that's why we're going to keep losing. We lost to a 34-time convicted felon who convinced people that he actually was better for them in the economy when we had an incredibly qualified black woman who should be our president right now. And so first and foremost, we got to be direct with folks about what's going on. The other side does not give a damn about you, point blank. Now we have to give them a plan. This role is 3 parts: civic engagement, use sororities, fraternities, and organizations to connect to people on the ground. Voter participation. How do we get people to vote for us again? Because they hear a message that's connected to them again. And as a part of that, all of us have done the work around voter protection. You have to not just make sure that the lawyers are present, but we got to elect secretaries of state and state legislators and boards of elections so that we actually have the game plan on our side in the first place. Yesterday was the latest reminder. People died, and then you have a clown in Trump saying that DEI is the reason why people died. And we are somehow silent about this as Democrats. If we are serious about what's going on, take it to them and be clear about that.
Yeah,
he's not messing around.
This is one I want to get out there because I'll start with you, Congresswoman Williams, on this, and I just want a little bit of response to it. This idea of DEI and how it's being thrown around.
Here it is.
It's essentially saying minorities and women is how it's being perceived. And the Democrats have not pushed back on that very aggressively. How would you do that in this role? And how do you do it in a way where you have to walk a very fine line? Because if you perceivably go too far, then the middle might say, oh gosh, we don't want to get involved with this. How do you walk that line?
Part of the problem. We've gotten into this space where Democrats are going to walk the line and we want to do what's right, stay above the fray. But our people are hurting and our people are suffering right now. The very last tweet, whatever we call them now, that I sent before I walked on the stage was about Donald Trump and his reckless words when he stood there today as the commander-in-chief and said that DEI was the blame for the plane crash yesterday. And my words were racism and sexism know no bounds. And Donald Trump doesn't either. And so it's time for us to push back against this. So I was raised in rural Alabama by my grandparents on a farm in a home with no indoor plumbing and no running water. So when we go out and talk to people, we've got to stop using this policy talk, this DC talk, and trying to be the perfect version of what we learned in our textbooks in the last forum, but we've got to talk to people in a way that resonates with them. If we're talking to people and my grandpa can't understand you, then we're using the wrong words. We've got to connect with people, we've got to show up, and we've got to show them that we're willing to not only fight for ourselves, but fight for them. That's what I heard on the campaign trail. People didn't see Democrats as willing to fight for them, and we've got to remind people that the Democratic Party is there showing up and fighting for them. As a little girl from rural Alabama growing up in poverty, I didn't get to become a member of Congress by not having a party like the Democratic Party standing up and fighting for me and my values. And we've got to remind people that we're that party again.
Congresswoman Beatty, it seems that the Republicans are comfortable playing in this DEI space. It's ground they like to fight on. How would you turn the tide on that in a place like Ohio? Because that's one of the reasons why Donald Trump goes out there and says these things, because he knows it simultaneously riles up his base and then puts Democrats in an uncomfortable position where they're trying to get everybody in under the same tent and not offend people. How do you do that?
Well, let me first of all say, Donald Trump is doing this to sidetrack us. I'm a strategist. So he wants us to get off track and focus on his words versus focusing on that people can't go to the grocery store. They've closed the portal for child care. They're messing with Medicaid, and he wants us to be over here. Now, let me just tell you, anyone who knows me, I speak truth to power. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you last week in one of the most prestigious committees in Congress, I took up the whole time, wanted them to gavel me out, and I called out Trump and every Republican sitting in that hearing for what they were. I talked about their racism. I talked about their sexism, and I put it on record. I also put on all of social media in response to him saying DE&I. I was the first DE&I chair in the United States history. So let me tell you, be real clear. Be angry about it, but move on. Don't lose track of what our #1 goal is, getting people registered, mobilizing people, and that's what a real leader does. A leader understands how to prioritize. We need to make sure that we are focusing on, not only in Ohio, but in 50 states, territories, and Democrats abroad. Because I can tell you, Donald Trump has done this before. And he is worse now, and J.D. Vance is from Ohio. And as I said it then on national TV, he wasn't good for Ohio, and he's not good for America. I was the one that was breaking news on MSNBC.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman.
And I was the one on Carrie Twiggs'
Thank you.
podcast.
Thank you very much. So Aldous Morgan, in the same vein, how do you in this role respond to the DEI attacks, but then also have the ability to grow the party and go to those places like the working class places that have been put off by this type of language, or respond well to it by Donald Trump?
So I think we have to make sure that we are staying focused on the task at hand. This role is to help drive voter participation, to increase voter engagement. And we are at a disadvantage when we keep being on the defense. We have got to be proactive. The Trump agenda will keep us on the defense, and I'm sick of it. Like, look, I agree with DEI. I'm here, I'm a Democrat. We are all in line with these same policies, but we have got to start being proactive. And that is what I have done as the Civic Engagement and Voter Participation, Voter Protection Director at the DNC. We work to provide voter education resources. We provided information to voters on how to access the ballot box. I am not at all diminishing all of these other issues that we're talking about, but we have to remember that in this specific vice chair role, this isn't about attacking Trump. This is about making sure that we are building our party and building it from the ground up. And we can only do that if we stop getting distracted by everything else that's happening. This is the voter participation vice chair. And as that vice chair, I will make sure that we are growing our party, that we are expanding registrations, that we're building the party, expanding by staff, and winning elections up and down the ballot, because that's what we've got to do. We can't focus on the other things. We've got to focus on winning our races and telling people why Democrats are the party of the people.
Thank you so much. We'll go to the audience now. Is Diane Robertson there? Ms. Robertson. Diane is from North Carolina, and she has a question.
What do you believe is the most important task for this position and why?
Okay, most important task in this position and why? Ms. Tucci, you want to take that one?
Sure. I think really understanding the context on the ground right now is where you need to start. Trust in our institutions is incredibly low. The environment is polluted and polarized. And the spaces where people are meeting right now are not going to be the spaces they're meeting tomorrow. So understanding that context and then building around that. Building, I mentioned already, building the agenda from the bottom up and activating. So these are the things, facilitating and unifying around a common agenda. We cannot fracture right now. That's what autocrats do. They want to see you divide. We cannot let that happen. We have to be unified around whatever it is, 3 goals, and then within each state you could have your own priorities. But we have to unify. And like I said, we have to connect to the grassroots organizations on the ground. They are the ones speaking to their neighbors, neighbors talking to neighbors. And that gets me back to, that's how you beat the mis and disinformation. Because people are trusting their neighbors. They're not trusting the politicians, right? They're trusting what each other is saying right now. And so and I raise this environment because I don't think we're going to be able to break through if we use the tactics of the more traditional tactics. We have to understand the context And we have to get into these communities and really be talking to each other, like I said, neighbors to neighbors. So I think getting at this mis and disinformation, because what we know what Trump is doing, he is aggravating grievances. He is using scare tactics. He is leaning into misogyny and nationalism and racism.
Thank you so much.
And the only way to get around that is neighbors talking to neighbors.
Thank you so much. I have a question that I'm going to read now from, actually, you know what, before I get to that, I want to pose the same question to you, Josh. I think it's actually interesting knowing your skill set. What do you think is the most important task for this position, and why?
Sure. I'm running because I feel like we need to have nurtured and open environment where people feel welcome, whether Fox News is in the background of every part of their life or they're in the Bronx. The reason I want to start a digital office of public engagement is because it's not enough to just be knocking on doors and having one-on-one conversations that way. In fact, nobody's used to that anymore. They don't even want to answer for their Amazon driver at this point, right? So
That's
how
actually
are
a
we
really
going to
good point.
actually draw them in with a welcoming face of the party at every field office, because the field
That's a
office
good
doesn't look
point.
like it's going to disappear every November. It has an accent wall, it has decent coffee. It's like built to last for a couple campaigns, and we're incentivizing the young, charismatic students and organizers to stay beyond one campaign as well, and we're training them up. So in this role, it feels like the lasting relationships are online and offline, and it's not going to happen if we're only doing them in a vacuum.
It's remarkable how no one answers the door anymore. I will say that. It really is. Or when you have people that show up and they don't even ring the doorbell, they text you you're out front. It's a real shift, and it has a play in politics too. We have a question now from Angela. She's a Michigan DNC member, and she wanted to ask, what is your plan to fund and support down ballot races, including the city council, school boards, and mayor's races? And this is something obviously the Republicans did very well in 2010. The Democrats have responded over the last few cycles. But what would you do in this role? Mr. McBride, I'll start off with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a big problem in the democratic ecosystem with money always going to the top. I'm sure that, I'd love the DNC to get a lot of funding over the next couple of years, but we do need to change up the ecosystem so our supporters are, are knowledgeable enough to donate to causes that get the best return on investment for the
they do
broader
have some
Democratic
sense of
Party.
It, right? They get pulled farther left all the time. But
I think very often
I don't
with
think
the
they
way
really
we communicate to voters and the way that many different campaigns can text and email us.
But it's a good question.
It's
I don't
just chaos, and that people get overwhelmed, and that they don't know where to invest their money. That's why I've been working with groups like Swing Left that target money
Swing
to
Left.
battleground races. And so I'd love to somehow take their model and make sure that we're bringing it in other spaces, so we make sure that the candidates that deserve our support and have earned our support, they get the lion's share of the money that we have to spend.
Thank you very much. We now have a question from the student body. Bennett Highland, class of 2028. Bennett.
Hi. In my hometown of Atlanta, 12 polling places, including some in my own district, received bomb threats during the 2024 election cycle. Such actions not only jeopardize public safety, but erode confidence in the democratic process. How can we strengthen election visibility and security through local grassroots initiatives, particularly in vulnerable communities? And additionally, how do these localized efforts complement or differ from broader national strategies to combat voter suppression and ensure equitable access to the ballot?
Equity.
Mr. Rahman, you're from Georgia.
Well, we have to reach out. Tell you what, this happened this election cycle. Somebody followed my house. I had to call my Senate caucus's public safety chairman what happened to me. I'm not going to go details, but we are in threat in all over the country, not in Atlanta. Voting right is a human right, just like we fought all over the country, all over, 60-some years ago. John Lewis did for us. Now we have to continue to fight. We cannot let Republicans decide what we're going to do or not to do. We have to go all out. We have to be, first of all, we can't be hypocrite. We got to be Democrat. We got to fight to win. Nobody's going to give it to us. Nobody gave us free. So we just have to go all out and teach, train, organize community all out the country. I just want to go back to something about the down ballot. You just last question we talked. We have to start talking about up ballot because we have to support the candidate all around the country, school boards, county commission, whatever it is. I personally can tell you, nobody from entire state of Georgia, if run for house, school district or local election, they ask for help. I didn't do it. I help as many as candidates as possible in the state of Georgia all the time. You need to help them. That's the only way we're going to win election. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. We can't just look at the top. We have to look at the bottom.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rahman. We have a question now from Georgetown student Joe Masua, class of 2025. Joe.
Thank you, guys. My name's Joe. I worked for Jared Golden's campaign this summer in northern Maine. He outperformed the presidential ticket by 10 points in one of the oldest, whitest, most rural districts in the nation. What can Jared Golden's example show about the future of the Democratic Party?
Joe, thank you so much for your question. Congressman, what do you think about that one? How does the party go into some of those more rural working class white districts that Joe Biden seemed to do a good job of in 2020, and then there's been a drop off?
Thank you for that question. I think it goes deeper than how do we win back rural white voters and working class voters. I think it goes into looking at this analysis across the country. I remember seeing numbers coming in on election night, and one of my voter protection people down in Clayton County, Georgia, was texting me, and she said, Nikema, my mind is blown. I don't understand how people are voting for Donald Trump for president and then Nikema Williams for Congress. So I think it goes to the same thing that we saw in Maine with Jared Golden. What we have to do is make sure that we're connecting with people on the ground. And we also have to remember we had 107 days to run this campaign with Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. And so it was difficult to get into communities and help people to understand or feel like they knew who Vice President Harris was and that she was the person fighting for them. And then it didn't help that we were not showing up in all the spaces that our congressional candidates have been in local communities. So it makes a difference when we show up. That's why my plan is showing up, organizing, and winning. Because if we don't show up, we can't organize. And if we don't organize our communities, we're never going to win. So we've got to get back to the basics of getting in community with people. And that's what we saw in Maine with Jared Golden. That's what I saw in Clayton County with my campaign. And that's what we've seen across the country when we see congressional candidates outperforming the top of the ticket. Because we are the ones on the ground every day investing and meeting people where they are. And we've got to get back to that as a Democratic Party nationally.
Congressman Vito, and it's an interesting point because there were some of these interesting split ticket phenomenons that we saw. As I affectionately call it in Georgia, it was the sort of Warnock-Kemp voter, right, of which there was some. Yeah. What do you do to say to somebody, okay, you know me and you trust me, but then you're also trusting Donald Trump more than the person we're putting up there. You can trust me and you can trust the person at the top of the ticket. Where's the miss there? Where's the Democratic Party miss the ability to upswing that a little bit?
Consistently is we need transformational change. And I'll use my district. I don't represent a minority district. Only 20-some percent, 22% of my district is black, brown, and other. And yet I win handedly because I know how to mobilize, I know how to lead, and I know how to be transparent. And better than that, I know how to listen, sit down with people. Sometimes we talk first and listen later or don't listen. We didn't bring our candidates in to our districts with us. They came in having that one crafted. Media didn't help either with that. And so the difference is what we're learning now in this transformational change is we need to listen. We have diversity and different cultures right here on this stage and in this room. We didn't integrate all of that. We had great tools, great staffing and all that, but we lost. So it wasn't that great. It did not speak to the people in Ohio. It did not speak to everybody in Georgia. So let's Start over. I don't want to rehash what didn't work. That's a waste of time. We all know it. You're going to hear all of us consistently say it. But what you need to be looking for and voting for is someone who can mobilize, reconnect, re-energize, and be authentic and transparent with those voters, because 2026 is right here near us. And we need to take back the House. I speak the language of DNC and the congressional language.
Thank you
so I
so
think
much.
we have to do that.
Right before we get to the closing statements, I just want to read one more. This is from North Dakota DNC member Jamie Selzer, and he said, quote, or they said, quote, "In order for us to win this next cycle, we need to have all hands on deck. Some of you are running or running for office, which gives me concern about priorities after this election. Can I ask everyone on stage to commit to focusing exclusively on this role if they are elected, meaning that they may resign from any other elected position they might hold and agree not to run for another elected position as long as they're in this role?"
Yeah. Don't fuck around and
We'll
do something
go down the
else.
line. Walters Morgan, yes?
I am not an elected official. I am not seeking another office. I have seen that this position needs to be full hands on deck. Rolling up your sleeves, doing the work. I have been doing that. I have done that at the DNC, and I will continue to do that.
Congressman Beatty?
I am a proud member of Congress, and I have the biggest platform in access. Every running candidate for chair has said, we need to work with the Congress. And let's not kid ourselves. Hakeem Jeffries is the highest member along with whomever we elect.
So you'll stay in then Congress.
I understand it, but I only took one committee.
Okay.
I dropped out of other committees.
Thank you so
My
much.
track record tells you I've done this job, because when you're a good leader, they ask you to lead more. And you better elect somebody who's been elected, know how to raise money,
Thank you so
know
much.
how to win.
Mr. Bernstein?
I'm 100% all in. I'm ready to hit the ground sprinting. And I just like this question because I think it's also pressing. Are you going to engage, and are you going to be engaging in this role 24/7, 365? And I want that all day.
Mr. Blake, you're running for mayor. Is there time?
Well, I'm Jamaican, so I'm used to 3 jobs. So let's be clear about that. So all of us have jobs.
This guy's the most
have
likable,
family
for
commitments
sure.
and a love for our party. All of us do. And so very specifically, when I was elected as vice chair at large, I was a sitting assembly member, went to 31 states and 2 countries for Democrats abroad. All of us have to be engaged. So to your question, it's a 24/7 in what we're doing in our communities and what we're doing in our party at the same time.
Thank you so much. Strong.
As a citizen, part-time legislator in Georgia, I got plenty of time. I'm not anybody's payroll. I've been traveling all around the country, even 2020 election. I've been traveling to Democrats abroad to speak. So I have plenty of time to do it, and I'm committed to do it 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've spoke with over 50 members, and I've gotten their ideas already. I want to submit those ideas to the DNC. That's exactly what we should be doing, gathering members' ideas and submitting them and building off of those excellent ideas. Civic engagement plans. We need civic engagement plans from every single state. That takes time.
Andy?
I'm willing to do that.
Ms. Williams?
I proudly represent Georgia's fighting 5th congressional district and intend to remain in that role as long as the good people of my district will have me. But what I know is that as a volunteer, everybody on the stage, everybody in this audience comes to this work because of the commitment in our hearts for democratic policies, principles, and ideals. And all of us have a job because the Democratic Party don't pay us, y'all.
It's your only job, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important for Democrats who we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think the first step in understanding that is you get what you pay for. Yeah. If you do not pay people to do the work, and they are not self-financed, they're not independently wealthy, they cannot participate. And so I would definitely like to do this full time, but I also recommend that we invest in people in the Democratic Party, that we pay leadership, and that we reimburse DNC members for their travel and expenses so they can all afford to be part of the Democratic Party.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brad. All right, closing statements. We'll do the reverse order from how we opened up. Raina Walters Morgan, 30 seconds.
I'm the person that people in your states called to get things done. When Democrats needed a plan in Ohio, voter access strategies in New York, and additional hotline capacity in Georgia, they called me. We need more than talking points. We need an expert, and I have been just that. Also, I'm accessible.
No, it's an elected position,
My
but it's not
constituents
paid,
will
it's
be
volunteer.
DNC members. I won't have 2 re-election campaigns during the course of this 4-year term, and that's very important. I am dedicated to this role. I am Raina Walters Morgan. I am the best choice for the civic engagement and voter participation.
Congresswoman?
I'm Joyce Beatty, and I believe I'm the best choice for you. Words matter. I am the only candidate who has the full support of their entire state. I have 12 of the 13 congressional voting members of the DNC. I have 17 current and former governors and mayors. I have congressional support from our leadership. I have DNC members and representatives from 30 states and abroad. I am a fighter, I am a winner. And when you have a good leader, they're always given more to do. You should be suspect if someone has never been elected, never ran something. It's one thing to develop and stay.
Thank you so much.
John? She's going after
Sorry,
Josh.
I was late. I got pulled over for a DEI on my way over.
She thinks that Josh is the biggest competition.
To fight an authoritarian, we need
He's the best.
a big
I would
tent.
vote for him.
And I'm going to give the playbook away. Stand for something. Show a modicum of authentic personality. Show up. Keep showing up. And I want to show up consistently, and I think we can do that. I think we can earn back trust. My name is Josh Burstein. Let's make it happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Mr. Blake?
For civic engagement, we need a Schoolhouse Rock 2.0 so we can actually connect with young people again. For voter participation, we actually have to have a better communication style so we can connect to people that we've been losing. For voter protection, we need to elect people who can make sure we can keep our elections intact. And we need people to understand that democracy is at stake right here. My name is Michael Blake. I'm asking for your support once again because we have to change the game in getting working class, young people, and black and brown people back in the game to vote for us once more.
Thank you so much. Senator Rahman?
I'm not going to give you no lip service. I'm going to show up next 90 days. If I win, I'm going to visit all the 7 battleground states to find out what's going on. One side doesn't fit all. Every individual state needs their own plan. And next 2 years, I challenge you, I'm going to visit every single state and territories. I got the time, and I'm going to do it. I'm not going to break my promises. And you can count on me. And that's my promise. I hope I can honor your vote.
Thank you so much. Ms. Tucci?
Great. Real talk. It's a tough environment out there. We need tactics that address misinformation, polarization, hate, and nationalism, like connecting to emotion, storytelling, building a narrative. We need builders who know how to strengthen a movement of activists to rebuild trust with those who feel fractured, tired, and distant from us. We need to welcome everybody, all hands on deck in this fight. So bring your ideas, bring your creativity, and let's harness that rich expertise and build together. From members, grassroots organizations, red states, I'm a builder, whether with our constituents or inside the party, so we can invest in our parties.
Congresswoman?
I'm Congresswoman Nikema Williams, and y'all, I proudly represent Georgia's 5th Congressional District, and I proudly serve as the chairwoman of Battleground Georgia. There is no other state party chair in this race. There is no other person in this race who has moved the state from a deep shade of red to a periwinkle shade. But y'all, we can do this together if we come together right now in this transformational time at the DNC and we show up, we organize, and that's how we win. As your next DNC Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Participation, we'll do just that. Show up, organize, and win.
Thank you so much. And Mr. McBride, close us out.
Yeah, I see the vice chair roles as an opportunity to empower leaders who are ready to make party building their top priority. As I could support the DNC Civic Engagement Department as well as the Community Engagement Department as well. One of my goals is to explore new initiatives like a Civic and Community Engagement Council so we can build on the success of 4 Harris groups and partners like Swing Left and Arena to expand our outreach so we win in every community and win with our democratic values. So I'm Jim McBride. I welcome your support for Vice Chair of Civic Engagement or at large.
No, he's not going to get
Thank
it.
you so much. A special thanks to all the candidates for coming out here and participating. It's not easy to run for things, especially in this era of difficult candidate recruitment. So give them a round of applause. They're doing their civic duty. A big thanks to Georgetown University for hosting this forum, and a big thanks for all of you for coming and making your voice heard. It's so important. And all our friends watching back home, you are the real political junkies that we love so much. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful evening. And don't go anywhere. We have the big main event later tonight for the chair of the DNC.
What are we doing next? Oh, now this is the vice chair forum, one of 2. Let's see. white guy, black guy, Latinx, white guy. Yo! 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 David Hogg! David Hogg! David Hogg! David Hogg's coming up! Yo! This is gonna be great. This just got so much better. David Hogg spotted. Yo! I gotta tweet this. Black guy, black guy, black girl. So we got 3 white guys this time, one of whom is David Hogg. See, what a nice little treat we encountered. We weren't expecting this. This changes everything, okay? It changes everything. Yeah, David Hogg is now all we care about. We didn't see this coming. Hang on, I'm retweeting my live stream on X. It's 5:30. We've been going a little while now. We still got a little while left before I gotta leave for the interview, so hopefully we can get through a couple of these. See as much as we can before I have to go. That's hilarious that David Hogg is debating. See, people thought this was boring, and then we got this. You know, in regards to that last debate, I mean, it's very clear to me that this is a battle between the old school kind of like establishment DNC people and the people who are more progressive, more leftist, younger, want to change the party, want to do more with technology, want to like, because it seems as though they got, you know what happened? They got old. They got old. After like, okay, so I mean, I was a Democrat obviously when Obama got elected, but what I remember was that there was like a young energy to Obama. That's what it felt like to me. Even when Bernie was around, like, but Bernie was not the DNC. The DNC hated Bernie. So maybe in between when Obama got elected and Biden, everyone got old. So the young energy like wasn't there anymore. Literally everyone got old, right? I have another t-shirt request. No. Deny Trendlin. No. I would really like to be able to keep my store, Trendlin. I'm not doing Elon Musk and giving a salute of any sort. Anti-Semitism just got banned in this country via executive order. I'm not jeopardizing shit. We love Jews. We wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand. Trendlin, gotta disrupt everything. I like that Asian guy though. That Asian guy knew what was up. But the Asian guy was more on the like lefty progressive side of things. Yes, our heart goes out to Jews and to no one else. Only Jews. We hate everyone else, but we love Jews. Yeah. God's chosen people. David Hogg is debating. Yo. I bet I'm the only one streaming this too. You can have a t-shirt with a DNC logo that says "Me Too." Nah, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not a Democrat. I'm very, very, very far right, JT, but thank you for the super chat, but I'm very far right, so I'm not gonna be making that particular t-shirt, but hey, that's a great idea for someone else. This is the candidate forums for the people who want to run the DNC. So we are watching the DNC is the Democratic National Committee. This is the Democratic Party. So what they're doing is they're electing their leadership and they're trying to figure out what the way forward for the party is. And so we're about to come up on a debate where David Hogg is running for vice chair of the DNC, and we're about to tune into Hogg's debate, which I think is going to be hilarious. It's on the list, Trendle. It's been a bit. Trendle, I've been streaming for like 7 hours already today, all right? Give me a break. I got other stuff to do. Listen, you had to wait for your penguin shirt, but how good did it come out? The shirt came out great. You're welcome. Scott Pressler would never lower himself to fall in love with David Hogg. Don't wish. Scott Pressler is a good, sweet boy, illustration station. We don't wish that on him. Actually, yes, people have bought the penguin shirt. The penguin shirt is the #1 bestseller of all the Red Menace Collective stuff right now. So, yeah. I feel like this music is so suspenseful. I want the debate to begin. Let the fun begin. This whole stream might be worth it just for this moment with David Hogg. It does sound like the music from Secession, you're right. It would have been extra funny if David Hogg was the only white guy in this, but there's another white guy too. But that would have been like extra funny. It's like, oh, there's 2 other white guys. If everyone else was black and it was black or Latinx and it was them and all them and David Hogg, that would have been hilarious. Sorry for the ENTP trolling. Hey, that's okay, JT. I appreciate the super chat. Troll away, just don't be a dick. Just don't cross the line, all right? We've had an easy day today. We've had such a nice day. There's been no nonsense. There's been no back talk. There's been no shenanigans. There's been no tomfoolery. There's been no nothing going on today. It's just been like a light day. And you know what? Sometimes we need a light day, all right? Sometimes that's okay. You know, I actually don't really know. I'm really just not paying attention to New Hampshire politics at all. I barely even realized she was governor, to be honest. I'm just not paying attention, man. I've thrown myself headfirst into the leftist stuff. I can only filter in so much information. And Kelly Ayotte is not on the list of people I care about right this second. This is from a movie. What is this? What movie is this from? No, this is The Crown. It's The Crown. It's the Crown theme. That's what it's from. Yep. James has been oddly quiet today. Who knows why? Let's just go with it. Listen, man, as long as James isn't lying to people about the left, I would love to keep James triggered about the woke right stuff for as long as possible. Because as long as James is acting like an insane person about the mysterious woke right, he's not lying to people about the left, and he's undermining all of his credibility. So, James is broken. We broke him. I think we partially broke him. I think he also more broke himself, if I'm honest about it. Like, I might take credit for fun to say, like, yeah, I broke James. And I think that is partially true, but, like, he did most of it to himself, and that's what's the saddest thing about all of this. He literally is inflicting this on himself, and he doesn't realize it. But all I ever cared about was that James was lying to people about what the left was doing. That was all I ever cared about. I want to teach people what the left is doing. I want people to see. I'm trying to show them. James is getting in my way the entire time. That was it. And so he doesn't really even talk about that anymore. When he does, we'll debunk him. But, like, as long as he's focusing on other things, that's a win. That is a win for me. And there is a part of me, too, that honestly does feel for him, because I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of what he's on the receiving end of. But the fact of the matter is, I was on the receiving end of this bullshit back in 2021, and no one ever came to my aid. No one ever helped me. So, not only did James never help me, James actually made the situation significantly worse. So he gets what he gets. He created it himself, man. Karma is a real thing. He created the situation himself.
About the next 2 hours,
all
you're
right.
going to hear from all of the
2
candidates
hours?
for vice chair. There's 16 of them, so we split them up into
Crazy,
two groups, so that
okay.
each of them would be able to make a case. Before we introduce the candidates, I want to start by going over the rules. In order to be on stage today and to participate and to qualify for the February 1st ballot, candidates must have submitted 40 verified DNC member signatures by this past Saturday, January 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern. Officers will be elected by a majority vote of DNC members during this weekend's winter meeting. The vote is on Saturday. This forum will take place over the next 50 minutes, beginning with 30-second opening statements
I'm not
from
gonna
each
be able to stay
candidate
the
and
whole time if
concluding
now they're
with
doing
30-second
2-hour debates.
closing remarks. We determine the order of openings by random drawing preceding this forum. Closing statements will occur in reverse order. As moderator, I've been given exclusive control of the questions and the flow of the discussion. Neither the DNC nor any candidates have previewed these questions, and the DNC confirms that I have received all member questions submitted by the publicized deadline. This forum will prioritize questions from DNC members of the Eastern region, but may include questions from other DNC members, myself, or members of the Georgetown University student body. Candidates might not receive the same questions, but you will all be afforded roughly the same amount of speaking time. You will not be afforded time to respond to other candidates unless so directed. I may ask follow-up questions, and if I do so, I'll provide a response
Marion
time
Williamson's
limit.
running for chair. That's funny.
You'll each have 90 seconds to respond to each question. There's a timer available to all of you. Once your time has elapsed, I will inform you that your microphone may be muted, and I am serious about that. Crosstalk is not permitted. Candidates are not permitted to use earpieces, cell phones, messaging services, or other electronic applications or devices during the forum, though they may have written notes. And finally, just a housekeeping note in the interest of full disclosure, besides hosting this event, I am also a DNC member. In order to maintain neutrality throughout this process, I have abstained from pledging support in public or private, signing anyone's petitions. Believe me, they tried. I said no to all of them. Or even speaking to any candidate in the race at any level. And I will abstain on Saturday from voting in the election for vice chair. So with that was a lot. You guys ready? Let's
Yes.
move on to opening statements. We each have 30 seconds. We will start closest to me with Adam Frisch.
Oh.
Welcome, everybody.
Hog is gonna
Adam
be
Frisch,
last.
recent candidate from running 77,000 miles of driving through one of the most rural districts in the entire country, district larger than the entire state of Pennsylvania. Outperformed, most of my time was running against Lauren Boebert, some of you might know of her, and raised $17 million in 2024. I think it's imperative we try to find a candidate who's overperformed, fresh off the campaign trail, and win back those voters that we have lost over the past generation.
Thank you. Chris Jones.
Well, first, my heart goes out to those who were impacted by the crash last night. My name is Chris Jones. I'm the rocket scientist minister who was Arkansas's first black major party nominee for governor. I'm running for DNC vice chair for several reasons. One of those is because I understand what it means to exist in and fight Trump 2.0, AKA the find out phase. I know because for the last 2 years I've been working with my party to fight against Sarah Huckabee Sanders. The find out phase, it requires fighting misinformation. It demands 21st century technology for 21st century battles.
You, Mr.
Fighting
Jones.
misinformation.
Mr. Barbudo. Joe
Thank
Barbudo.
you. My name's Joe Barbudo. For nearly 8 years, I've been the chair of the Wyoming Democratic Party. And what all my colleagues in the states and territories know is that when we're working in rural areas, red states, we're not just up against Republicans, we're up against the narrative that Republicans have created about who Democrats are. It's powerful, it's effective, and it's only growing stronger.
What is it?
So it's up to us to change that story, and that's why I'm in this race. I want to do the work to go back
What
into
does he think the
communities,
story
re-engage
is?
with rural America, and remind them why our values as Democrats are more in line with theirs. Thank you
so much. Troy Blackwell.
It's a pleasure to be with all you leaders. My name is Troy Blackwell. I am a proud Afro-Latino from the South Bronx. Grew up in the poorest congressional district in the country, lived in public housing, survived off of public assistance. But because the Democrats had policies that cared for people and working families like my own, I went on to be the first in my family to graduate from college. I served on at least 3 national campaigns and the last 2 Democratic administrations, most recently Commerce, and I'm running because I give a damn about this party and this country.
Thank you very much. Our next candidate, Malcolm Kenyatta.
So for all the DNC members, you only have one more weekend of hearing from all of us. What are you going to do with all that free time now? But I'm here on the stage because I believe in each and every one of us. My name is Representative Malcolm Kenyatta, and I've been lucky that my neighbors 4 times in a row have given me the opportunity to go to Harrisburg and fight for them, to talk about working families like mine who just want to be treated with basic dignity and respect. Those families need a strong Democratic Party. Together, we're going to make sure they have it.
So
Thanks for letting me be here
rehearsed.
today.
So
Artie
inauthentic.
Blanco.
Yes, I grew up in a single parent home who lost his right hand on the job, where the machine failed him, but his union contract did not let him fail me or my brother. He taught me the importance of a work ethic that I carry still today. Since I've been 18, I've been electing Democrats but not only just Democrats, but pro-labor Democrats. And we need to bring working families back up.
Thank you very much, Artie. David Hogg.
My name is David Hogg. I'm a candidate for vice chair of the DNC, and I'm running for this role because we cannot win as a party without our young people. This cycle, we have a crisis on our hands. We had a 20-point shift to the right of 18 to 29-year-olds, and we need to make sure that our party is representing and fighting for them. But I've also done the work to raise the money and support young people around the country. This past cycle, I raised over $11 million to support young Democrats running for state legislature and Congress all over the country, knocking doors for them, and I hope to be your next vice chair.
Thank you, David.
All right. Nothing
And
too crazy
last
yet
but not least,
from
glad
young
you made
Hogg.
it before your turn, Gina Repass.
Thank you so much. Hello from Kansas. My name is Gina Repass. I'd first like to thank all of our veterans, active duty service members, and our first responders, and the Honorable Governor Laura Kelly, who's on the ground taking care of Kansas families today. To Wichita, I know how hard you work to be able to provide these flights to the coast. I know how proud you were to host that national skating competition. And though I am here, my heart is with you. And to all of those families who are grieving, you are not just in our thoughts, you are being covered in prayer. I'm here today, and I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, we got a lot of ground we're going to try to cover. I have one, maybe two questions that I'm going to ask to the whole group, and then we're going to ask a couple of questions that'll go to you in pairs. So this first one is to the whole group. Of all the offices, at-large vice chair are probably the least defined job description in anywhere. I looked in the charter, the by, like everything. There's no real job description. So that gives you a huge opportunity to work with the chair to carve out a specific portfolio for yourself should you're elected. Now, in previous forums, I've heard many of you lay out principles that will guide you in this role. I've heard a lot about transparency, accountability, listening, empowering DNC members, better outreach to communities that feel neglected, supporting state parties, better messaging. Let's get specific. I want to give each of you a chance right now. Pretend you're sitting across from the newly elected chair, right? Humor me for a minute. Make your 90-second pitch to me on the specific proposal, the specific initiative, the specific project you want to own as vice chair, what it would look like, and how you'd get it done. You each have 90 seconds, and I'm going to start down at that end with Gina.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Chair, what we need to do is what I call the PCS strategy, and that is precinct level, county level, and state level strategy. That is going to take investment. That's going to mean money, and I'm going to explain what investment means here, because what I've said before is that what we've been doing for our state parties is what's called an allowance, giving a pittance of money and saying, there you go, good luck. And an investment is when you go in and put boots on the ground. When my children were in high school, we gave them an allowance. But when I wrote checks for them to go to college, that was an investment. And that's what we're going to have to do. And it's got to come from the precinct level to the county party level and to the state level. And Mr. Chair, you know, nobody knows better than your state party chairs how to do that. And that's what it's going to take for us to rebuild. As the DNC vice chair at large, that's a project I want to champion and fight for, because that is the winning strategy. And by the way, it is not what we are doing. If we're going to get from where we are to where we want to go, we've got to do something different.
Thank you. David?
First of all, I know that, Mr. Chair, that you need to do a lot of work in terms of building up the war chest for this upcoming presidential election. But we need to do a lot of work, too, to support our state parties. Thankfully, I'm already out going around the country to support young candidates on the ground in dozens of states around the country. And I want to be part of helping to fundraise specifically for those state parties so that we're showing up for them. And it's not just a campaign that's set by the president, but I want to be there to show up. I also want to take on the portfolio of working on building out real, actual youth infrastructure in our party, because it will pay dividends long into the future with a small investment today to help fund our high school Dems, our college Dems, and our young Dems. We need them to have executive directors and actually treat them as serious partners at the table and listen to them. And that also means making sure that they can afford to be at the table. Right now, we have the groups that we lost most with in this past election, I don't think uncoincidentally, are the ones that have some of the hardest times showing up and participating in our party because of the financial obligations of being a member of the DNC. There are members that I know had to fundraise to be here today. We cannot claim to be a diverse or equitable organization if we are not an accessible organization. That's why I think that we need to pay for the travel for everybody making under 100K a year for the DNC, so we can actually properly represent the working class and our young people. And ultimately, I want to go out there and show that the Democratic Party is a diverse party in terms of our age. It's not just older people, it's also younger people and everybody in between.
Isn't
because
that
we need to show our young people we are listening to them and we're there to fight for them and represent them.
Thanks very much.
They
Bertie?
think the Democratic Party's old. That's funny.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
They're
ready
not
to roll up
seeing
my
young
sleeves and
people.
get to work with you. We have shared
a good
values
sign.
on what we need to do to turn this party around. And first and foremost,
they could
I
just
am
be
very
further
familiar
left.
as being a staff member under Howard Dean when we started the state partnership program.
Oh, no
But what
shit.
we have failed to do is continue the strategic partnership part of that program. We have lost our values and communicating our values. We have lost talking to organizers that bring back the issues to the building so that we can therefore have a national message and know where we can find voters. So year-round, 52 weeks a year, we are going to be doing a year-round program. It's an education, and guess what? It's an education on the Democratic Party and what our values are. We got to remember, working people, we're part of building
She's a
this
socialist.
party.
She's a
And so we
leftist.
got to get back to that. So guess what? I'm the National Campaigns Director of the National AFL-CIO. I'm willing to
Leftist,
telework
see?
for 2 days out of the building in order to work with the organizers and the political staff that you're going to have to execute this work, this vision that you have. And I want to dedicate that time as a volunteer vice chair. And I'm ready to get to states, have conversations, and build out a training program for all communities. And let's just not forget about our caucuses and councils. We have gold. We have DNC members that belong to other communities. Let's put them to work
Thanks,
too.
Artie. Malcolm?
So the interesting thing about this question is I've talked to all of the chair candidates about what this would look like personally. You've heard me say this if you've been watching these forums or getting my emails, that we have to look local first. And I think for DNC members who are still undecided in this moment, this is actually the key question in so many ways. You know, you have so many incredible candidates who have come on this stage, and many of us agree about the same principles. So then you have to look at what are the experiences that people have had in their lives that can help you to ascertain whether or not the things they're talking about on these stage and these forums and these text messages, they're going to be able to actually execute. I have won local elected office 4 times. And I have spent my time in office not just making sure I get reelected, but going across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, a key bellwether state, and across this country as a highly requested surrogate, but also support for people who are taking that big step to run for office for the first time. When I was elected at 27, nobody in my legislature that was, median age was 67, knew what I was going to bring to this role. But what I believe is that it's not just important to have young people in the room, to have people of color in the room. It's important to know that the people who carry those distinctions go in that room knowing that they're not going to be the last one, that they're not going to be the only one. And so if I am lucky enough to be your vice chair, I'm going to spend every single day going to the places that nobody has been in a long time, supporting the candidates that everybody leaves for dead, and showing up for state parties every single way I can.
Malcolm.
Thank you.
Okay. Troy.
So, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, whomever that person may be, 2 things particularly are of importance to me. First is our legal aspect. We know that we have the Republican trifecta in DC. We know that out of 7,000 legislative seats in the country, more than half are held by Republicans. Within these state legislatures, we know that they are gerrymandering the maps. We know that there are Republican Supreme Courts that are refusing to certify elections. Republicans are consistently contesting our elections and holding us up in litigation. And to be quite honest, we cannot organize litigation. So I want to focus on an in-house legal team that focuses specifically on that can partner with the states and look at building out that aspect. The second piece of this is that I'm a communicator by trade. I've been working in communications for the past 15 years. I was most recently the Deputy Chief Communications Officer at the U.S. Department of Commerce. I worked in economic messaging. We are seeing misinformation and disinformation to our own detriment. I've said this many times. The Republicans have AM radio, the podcast, they have the digital landscape, they have the Joe Rogans. There's Sinclair Media that's buying up local television and local newspapers, and we're losing in that ground game.
They think that the Republicans are winning the media
publicly
game?
for a war room. I know that there was a war room that was just recently announced by some of the aides from the Harris-Walz campaign a week ago. And I know it's just starting. I want to take that on, and I also want to take that on to focus on Spanish language press as well.
Thank you very much. Joe?
Yeah, thank you. So I've told a lot of people that I feel like I'm
crazy,
running
though.
for vice chair of rural engagement because that's really where my heart and passion are. So my primary goal is for us to create an initiative, a program, whatever you want to call
The
it,
Democrats
that focuses
think they
on how
don't
we go
own the
back
media.
into rural regions, red states, and successfully communicate with the voters there. Republicans, Democrats, they all feel forgotten by our party. We need to talk to them all, and we need to figure out a way to do it that doesn't feel like we're talking at them. As someone put it earlier today, sometimes as Democrats we go into these places and folks feel like they signed up for a class they didn't know they were taking when they hear from us. And that's true. So it has to be based on talking about their lives, their livelihoods, the obstacles and opportunities they face, where they live. Not as Republicans, not as Democrats, just as people who live in those places. And I think that when we have those conversations, when we create the framework for how we have those community conversations and go into these places, eventually we're going to find that the people there are going to see Democratic values are much more in line with their values than those of the Republican Party. And the Republican Party takes these folks for granted. Everybody out here has a region of their state or where they live or territory that votes more red or is considered rural. It's not just places like Wyoming, it's every state, every territory. So this applies everywhere. We need to go back and talk to those people about why there is a party who cares about their future and is fighting for it. We can create that. It's got to be based around messaging, data, organizing, and doing the work. It's not something that happens in one cycle, but over several. And I'm the guy to lead the effort. I know rural.
Thank you. Chris?
Well, for starters, congratulations on winning the chairship.
Like it's going right to my head.
And, you know, when I think about what's necessary, there are three big parts. One is building forward, thinking about the future and putting the infrastructure in place for that. The other is fighting now, building a war room to fight misinformation and disinformation, training up leaders to go the long haul. And then there's this piece that I think is so critical, and it goes back to the work that I've done in Arkansas, and it's about fighting the find out phase that we're in right now. And it's really showing up. You know, when I was campaigning for governor, one of the things that I did was show up in places when they looked at me and said, Democrat hadn't been here since Bill Clinton. But when you engage with them directly, you find that you can break through the noise. And they even said, you're an amazing candidate, you're a wonderful person, but the national party. So I think I want to advocate for us doing something called nominate your neighbor. Because when we have quality candidates, then those quality candidates can break through any of the noise. And I've done this work and helped Arkansas to recruit one of the largest classes of state legislative candidates in probably almost 2 decades. And we defended every state legislative seat and picked up the first Hispanic seat ever in Arkansas's history. We did that by asking Arkansans to nominate folks for office who are their neighbors and who they want to see to represent them. When you do that, and then you bring those folks in, you vet them for different positions, and you encourage them to run for everything from school board
really knows who
to
the candidates are gonna
JP
be.
to State House.
There's
That's
no
how
way
you
to
make a
tell
difference.
right now.
Nominate
It's
your
too
neighbors.
early.
Thanks very much. Adam?
A lot can change in 4
Congratulations,
years.
Chair Mo. Hopefully it doesn't turn in condolences in a month or two. I think there's a couple of things. One is I'm focused on what I call Project 225, which is I want 225 to be a floor, not a ceiling in the House, and finally get a Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries. And I think that is going to be the opening chess moves, not a game of checkers as we get ready beyond there. One of the ways we do that is what I'm calling the overperformance caucus. We have Democrats in this country, not just myself, but have outrun the top of the ticket by 5 points, by 10 points, by over 20 points. State legislatures in New York, upstate and in northern Minnesota, where my parents are from. We have national candidates that have outrun the top of the ticket by 10 or 15 points. No one from the DNC, no one from the DSC, no one from the DCCC has ever called them up or myself up and said, how did you do that? And we have examples. And in business, when you have your star performers who overperform, even if they come up a little bit short in a 2-person race, you find out what we can learn from them and get them out there. 2, we need to find a way to diversify our candidates, especially those that don't have the ability to put their paycheck on hold for a year and a half. The legal ability is there, and I think the political willpower is there to try to figure out how we can, whether through it's a fellowship or anything else, where people can run and take a meager, sustainable salary, so more people have a chance to run, and I think that's really, really important.
Thanks. All right, now I'm going to start asking questions to you in pairs. I randomized this. And so this first one is for Malcolm and Adam. For years, Democrats have sought to define Republicans as extreme MAGA. Some recent polling raises questions about whether that's backfired. A new poll just this week shows the public is evenly split on Republicans, 43% fave, 45% unfave. But for Democrats, the split is 31 to 57, a 26% net unfavorable rating. That's the highest ever approval in the poll for Republicans and the lowest ever disapproval in the poll for Democrats.
That's
and
crazy.
Other polling in the past couple of weeks are showing similar results. So why is that? And how can you as vice chair help the DNC begin to turn that around? We'll start with Malcolm and then go to Adam.
Well, thank you for that. And let me start by making this point. I'm not a Democrat because I hate Republicans. I'm not a Democrat because I hate the current guy in office. When I registered as a Democrat, he was just a cameo from Home Alone 2. That's all I knew about him. I'm a Democrat because I know that Democrats at our best are the only chance that working families like mine have. And I start there because we cannot spend the next 4 years continuing to define ourselves in opposition to somebody else. We have to spend the next 4 years talking about what this revitalized party is going to do to center the needs and concerns of working people and working families. And so if we want to change the dynamics in terms of how people look at the Democratic Party, we have to change who we're putting up to represent who the Democratic Party is. Listen, I have nothing against a Democratic politician having a viral video. I've had one or two. But I think what we need to do in this moment is to make sure that we are lifting up the voices of working people on the ground who are being impacted by the disastrous policies that we've seen. There are folks who called my office saying, I just dropped my kid off at daycare, and they're saying if I can't get into the Head Start system in a couple of days, we're going to have to lay people off. There are folks who are terrified about what the cuts to food stamps might mean, not being able to get into Medicaid. The Democratic Party ought to be using our platform to lift them up, to tell those stories. And when we center working people, they will know that this is a party for them.
Adam?
I've been focused on 77,000 miles into it. It's unbelievable. The average American also thinks the average Democrat is more extreme than the average Republican. That poll's out there as well. And we need to, I thought it was wrong, and I never talked about it in my 3 years. I never talked about the other side, about how bad they were. It was about what can I offer as a group of Democrats to bring to a lot of rural areas, as Joe and I have been spending a lot of time talking about. And we need to be defined by what we believe and not try to play this defense, because it's not working. And as we have this new administration, I still feel like we're falling into this situation as we're just, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. You know, the macro thing is, we as Democrats keep on showing up with cookbooks to conversations, and Republicans are showing up with brownies. We need sincere brownies. We need to spend less time focusing about process and more time talking about results. We need to listen to people, as important as economic issues are. Pride and dignity trump pocketbook issues all day long. And we have become the party that has been looking down on a lot of people that I call on the producer side of things, and Artie knows this very, very well. We used to have a lot more of the union worker bees. And we've lost them, and they can't get to the economic policies that are helpful to their families when we are demeaning their livelihoods and how they're living their lives.
Thanks very much. All right, this next question, each of these questions kind of touches on a different historic role for vice chairs. This next question is to Chris and Joe. A lot of talk has been, there's been a lot of people talking about how we communicate, where we communicate. In the last forum, the moderator asked the question, which of you would go on Joe Rogan? Everyone raised their hands. I'm going to maybe show my gray hair a little bit, and I'm sure you can add to this, but big question that was often asked of me when I was doing communications, should Democrats go on Fox News? Should they? Should Democrats go on Fox News? Should Democrats go on conservative media? Should Democrats go on conservative podcasts? If no, why not? And if yes, how would you be an effective surrogate for the DNC on those platforms? Start with Chris.
That's an interesting question.
The answer is pretty easy, yes. I think we must show up everywhere, not only to deliver our message of how we are making a difference in real people's lives, how we are helping them to do well in their own lives, but also we must show up to correct the record. You know, for far too often, the Republicans have been able to shape the narrative without any response from the Democrats. You know, you'll take, for example, the Biden administration provided millions of dollars for nursing programs. Well, Sarah Sanders shows up in Arkansas with a big check with her signature on it and said she was the one that authorized it. We have to be there to correct the record and let them know that Democrats are working their tails off on their behalf and that Republicans are actually making their lives worse.
That's a pretty
and I
base
think we
move
can
on
walk and chew
Sarah
gum. I
Sanders'
think we
part
have
if
to
she
do
did
both.
that.
Framing the narrative for what it really is and then framing them for who they really are. So absolutely 100%, I think we show up.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So go on Fox News, go on conservative radio. I think all of those are good ideas everywhere, anybody who's willing to listen. I think, though, it's about the way we message. Well, let's talk first how we message to Democrats. In my area, from the National Party, a lot of the communication they receive from the National Party is asking for money. And it's usually at the end of the month, and I'm led to believe that there's some national figure sitting in an office somewhere where in D.C. saying, we don't have Joe's record. Where's Joe's record? We're behind in his zip code. We got to get it now. That's what I receive, and I know that's what my Democratic friends receive. And then Republicans, what they hear from us is, you're wrong, your leaders are bad, and you're ruining our nation by voting for them. Well, we probably do believe that, some of that at least to an extent, but that's not how we want to talk to them. And you know, you asked, why are we the people to have those conversations? You know, I've been a state legislator, a state county treasurer, a state party leader, a local party leader, an activist, an organizer, in probably what is the most consistently difficult political environment for Democrats. You probably don't know this, but Wyoming is not known for its liberal policies. But I've done that work, and you know, if I didn't talk to Republicans, I'd be a pretty lonely guy over there in the equality state. So I am well equipped to talk to Republicans, to rural folks, because, you know, we share a lot in common. Our lives are similar.
If he wins,
it's who
the
I am,
party's
it's where I'm
going
from,
further
and
right.
I'm
If
not only prepared to do that work,
one of the others wins, it's going
I'm excited
further
to
left.
do that work.
Thanks. All right, Troy and David,
But
you
we
guys
should keep
are
an eye
up.
on that guy. If he wins, that means the party's going to the middle.
Fundraising is an all-hands-on-deck situation for DNC officers, right? You guys are going to be out there as fundraising surrogates should you be elected. There's a lot, we talked about this in the National Finance Chair Forum earlier, there's a lot of donor fatigue and some donor skepticism out there. People saying, you raised all this money, where did it go? How does your experience lend itself to raising money for the DNC in an environment where there is that much donor fatigue and skepticism? And let's start with Troy and then go to David.
Yeah. So I think about it three ways. I'll break it down. First way is that I think with the donor fatigue, we have to get back to the issues of what we're fundraising for. I think so much of our fundraising strategy has been about candidates and very specific cycles, but not necessarily about the issues, right? So at this moment, as I mentioned earlier, we have state legislatures that are gerrymandering maps. We know that we have Supreme Courts that are refusing to contest elections. It gives us a call to action, something to fight and rally around.
I
So
think that
that's
they
where we
know
need to start with
he's
the
not to be
messaging of
trusted
what
too.
exactly are
We'll
we
see.
fundraising
Maybe I'm
for,
wrong.
right? Not just a specific candidate. Second, in terms of my experience, I was a local candidate in New York. During the COVID pandemic, I created my own PAC, Ready for Change. We contacted 26,000 young voters to get out the vote during an off cycle and also during the pandemic. We did raise money. What I've learned from that specific piece of it as well is that, again, the donors want something that they can tangibly see. If I'm asking you for money, you want to know what exactly is your dollar going towards? Is it going to funding to fight a legal battle? Is it funding to put investment in our media strategy? Is it funding to be able to support down ballot candidates? I think that's where we need to start as well, having that conversation about who are our down ballot candidates, what races do we have coming up, what are the issues we want to focus on, right? Again, this Republican Congress making cuts to Medicaid and Social Security, that's giving people something to rally around, the call to action, and I think my experience speaks that.
All right, thanks. David?
First of all, Look, being chair of the DNC, as you know, is very hard. And I don't think that anybody has given enough credit. I have had hundreds of phone calls with people, and I will tell you the person that I have heard the most positive things about by far is Chairman Jamie Harrison. And nobody has given him anywhere near the credit that he deserves. It is an incredibly hard job, and I wish that the White House let him have more control, because I think we would have been in an even better place than we are right now.
He thinks they're in a good place?
Look, I've raised over $11 million in this past cycle, including over $1 million for Vice President Kamala Harris shortly after she was elected from small dollar donors online. First thing we got to do, guys, stop treating donors like an ATM. Talk to them like human beings. And one of the best performing fundraisers that I did for my organization was it started out saying, we have an 8 times match. Just kidding. Is that even legal? Right? Because people know that that stuff is lies. They don't want to be lied to. They want to be spoken to honestly, and that's part of how I've been able to raise that money. The last thing I want to talk about is the moment that we're in right now, folks. Last time that we were here, it reminds me of where we were after Parkland. We were at a moment where our country didn't know what the pathway forward was.
Yo, you unmitigated
My classmates and I were
jackass.
devastated after what happened. But guess what? Because we didn't listen to the people, the pollsters, pundits, and consultants that brought our party to this place that told us we couldn't talk about the NRA, that told us we couldn't talk about banning assault weapons because we were in Florida, we actually got Republicans on the defense. And we changed gun laws in Florida. And we even got Donald Trump to talk about the necessity of things like red flag laws, and even got him to support banning bump stocks. We can do the same here, and that's what I want to do as your vice
Didn't
chair.
answer the question at all.
Artie and Gina, let's talk organizing.
Completely ignored it to do a speech.
Democrats used to say that the higher the turnout, the better they do. The past decade shows us that's not always the case. The fact is, the Republican Party has become more multicultural and working class under Donald Trump than it was before Donald Trump, because they cut into core groups of the Democratic coalition. Does that require a different model for organizing? And what would you do as vice chair to help the DNC figure that out? Let's start with Artie and then go to Gina.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I've been talking about. I mean, I'm committed to go back and find the organizers to actually talk to voters. We need to go to communities and speak authentically. Listen and speak authentically. I know you didn't want to hear the word listen, but I'm going to tell you, we need to listen. We need to hear them. We need to meet them where they are, not where we think they should be. And that's been a factor that has been happening, and it has been harder. The last maybe decade, you said the decade, I've seen the difference, I've seen the changes. And our approach in the labor movement is we talk about issues. When I knock on the door of a union member and I speak to their spouse, their family, and have a real conversation, and they tell me, oh, I almost didn't open the door because the Democratic Party volunteers were just here and they were mad that I didn't agree with them on abortion. I'm like, this is why unions talk to our members. This is why we go and have a one-on-one conversations, because it is about working class, and we have to talk to them one-on-one and in the communities and just be authentic. If they ask a question that isn't about moving forward, validate what they are saying, validate their feelings, listen, and guess what? Give that feedback back. Tell people what the feedback is.
Thanks, Artie. Gina.
Well, thank you so much. And here's what I want to say. I want to go back to that other question just about fundraising. I am a donor monthly to the DNC and to my state party and to my county party and my congressional district. I just wanted to lay that out when we talk about donors and donations. But second, my money is where my mouth is. But to the issue of organizing and how do we reach people, because we're not reaching them, the problem is what we're talking about is bringing organizers into places. Let me be very clear. People are already in those spaces. There are Democrats, there are unaffiliates, and moderate Republicans who are in those spaces. And what we do is we wait till a cycle, and then we dive a whole bunch of people into a very specific place to do a very specific thing. And what we're missing is that there are people doing it every day. Those are the people we have to talk to. You know why we're losing ground? We stopped talking to each other. We started farming out our language and our relationship and our wins to other people. The reason we're being defined by Republicans is because Democrats aren't talking to each other. We're underfunded in the places we need to go. If you're somewhere that doesn't have an organized county party, there's a church or a community center somewhere where people are sharing your values. And we've got to get out of the model that we're going to come in somewhere and then make a difference. The people who are on the ground, who are sharing with their neighbors, who are talking to each other, that's how we get those people back. That's how we change the perception, because we are neighbor to neighbor doing the work. And I'm going to say it again, state party chairs know how to do this. And if you are a red state party chair, you are doing it every day, shoulder square to the wind, fighting uphill.
Thanks very much, Gina. I'm not.
It's so interesting that they
sure-
feel like
yeah,
they have
we are
no
good.
infrastructure.
Okay. We are ready to take some questions from the audience. And so the first question is, we're going to keep doing this in pairs. Gina and Adam, from Diane Robertson, a DNC member from North Carolina.
Thank you. 2024 seemed to be a vote of no confidence in Democrats rather than a vote for Republicans. What is your plan to rebuild the brand with infrastructure that strengthens state parties?
We'll go first to you.
I will take it. Thank you so much. I am a state party chair, and the first thing I did, as we all know, there was a tragedy yesterday from a plane that initiated out of Wichita, Kansas. When I became the chair, we didn't even have a county party there. Wichita is the largest city in Kansas, and the Democratic Party didn't even have a county party office. I know that is not the infrastructure we need. So we not only opened that county party, I've been paying the rent there and committed to do that for the long haul. That's what we've got to do. It is going to take real investment. And yes, I'm looking at some of the chair candidates. Investment is money, but it's also boots on the ground. When again, I'm going to use this example, gave my kids an allowance in high school, that was an allowance. But when I became their PTA president and I was up at that school 4, 5, 6, 7 days a week, organizing, sending emails, getting volunteers and raising funds, that's an investment. That's what it's going to take. Infrastructure happens person by person, but it happens at the county level, and it can't happen every election cycle. It has to happen now. To be clear, we are building out infrastructure in Kansas because I know, by the way, no one's coming to save us. It is on us to do ourselves. So that's what it's going to take. We've got to get in there. We've got to invest at the county party level, the granular level. Nobody knows their neighbors better than their precinct captains.
I don't know.
And nobody knows those
I don't know
precinct
the answer to
captains
that
better than the
illustration
counties.
station.
And nobody knows
I
their
doubt
counties
it's
better than your
I
state
doubt
parties.
it's structural.
Listen to your state parties. We are doing the work every day.
That doesn't ring true
and
to me.
I will stay in this fight and get the job done.
Thanks so
But I'm not sure exactly what they think the problem. Well, remember, I mean, the left always thinks they're losing too.
Thanks, Mo.
But they did
Colorado's
actually
third
lose in this
district,
case.
not only is it 50,000 miles, it's 27 counties. 27 counties. Some of our counties are 90% Republican and some are 90% Democrat. And I just want to thank Shad and the team, the Colorado State Party. 95% of the people that are to vote are going to only really know their county and maybe their state level stuff and the people there. And that's where we need to make our investments, where you see these community conversations going on. And we need to figure out how to empower through resources and time, and yes, funds, at the county levels and at the state levels. Also, as we want to try to figure out how to have those conversations about a 50-state strategy, some of these states we're probably better off trying to figure out at a county commissioner level how to find someone to run as a Democrat there or as a state legislature to try to figure out how to get someone in, build for the present, but also build for the future. And I think if we can get more localized people running, more community-known people, and they're more focused on who they are as a neighbor and a friend and a fellow churchgoer, as opposed to just being a Democrat or a Republican, I think we're much better off. And so I can just say after 77,000 miles, I feel and understand how important the county level and the state level, but especially the county level chairs are, and all the apparatus there that goes wrong with it. So
thanks so much. All right, let's go to our next question. This one comes from a Georgetown student, Asher Maxwell, who I believe is the immediate past president of Georgetown College Democrats. Asher?
That's right, Mel.
And this question is going to go to Joe and Malcolm.
Following their defeat in 2008, Republicans ran away from the unpopular Bush administration and won big in the 2010 elections. As DNC vice chair, will you commit to steering the Democratic Party towards messaging that focuses on the issues of the day and the Democrats of the future, rather than relitigating past disputes and defending at all costs the party's past leaders?
Go. You want to start?
Thanks for the question. Well, first of all, we're going to continue to honor our past leaders. We all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, and we have to recognize that.
Oh, wrong
We also have to
answer,
recognize
bro.
that in this last
Wrong
election we lost,
answer.
but we also had a lot of wins around the nation, too, and we need to make sure that we're recognizing that. Senator Tester lost in Montana, devastating, but did you see what they did in the legislature there, Democrats? They made serious gains, and so, yeah, we're not going to litigate the past, we're not going to talk about the past, but we also have to count our blessings. We've got to talk about the wins we've had and not relegate ourselves to just being feeling like losers, because we're not losers. A lot of people did a lot of good work, especially, I think, at the state party level. We all know that these state chairs who are out here and vice chairs, and we worked hard and we got some results as a result of that. I do think that we need to do some things. We've all talked about it already when it comes to how we message and what issues we're talking about with voters. Absolutely. There's no question about it. But we have to commit ourselves to several cycles to do this work. And when I'm going to talk about rural again because I really care about rural America, if you hadn't got that yet. Just think about this last election, for instance. Had we been doing the work over several cycles in the past to organize in rural and red areas, just in the battleground states, and I don't like talking just about battleground states, but I will for a second. Just in those battleground states, had we turned out just a few more percentage points in rural areas, then we would have been inaugurating Kamala Harris a couple weeks ago. Now, we had to start that work today, right? You know the saying, the best time to plant an oak tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today, so let's plant that oak tree.
All right. Malcolm?
You know, I don't know about all of you, and Joe said some of it, but I'm sick of apologizing somehow for being a Democrat.
Oh,
I am not going to spend the next 4 years somehow walking around with my head down that I'm a Democrat. We are a party that, as was mentioned, did not get devastated all across this country at every single level, but we're not listening to the people who won. We're not listening to the state reps that flipped and broke supermajorities. We're not listening to the folks in Alaska who held on to ranked choice voting even in the face of Republican opposition. We're not listening to the people on the ground who are telling us with the votes that they make in referendums that they share our values. They're not always sure that we share theirs. My sister said something to me that I will never, ever forget. She said, Malcolm, Republicans lie with more confidence than Democrats tell the truth. We have allowed people to tell us who we are for far too long, waiting around for the op-ed pages of papers owned by billionaires to pat us on the head and tell us we're going in the right direction. Here's the truth. Nobody on this stage, me included, me most of all, is a Superman or a Superwoman. But what I do believe is that I have a set of experiences that can help me implement a lot of the things that we're talking about. I know what it means to win locally. I have more than a 1 or 2 cycle commitment to this party. And if you trust me with this job,
I really think you've got a distorted view of what's going on here that's been influenced by conservative media. I'm sorry, I do.
This one goes to David and to Chris. And it is from Sam Crunkleton, a DNC member from Nevada.
Crunkleton.
Thank you. Activists and community organizers are leaving Meta, X, and other social media spaces. Going into our own echo chambers can feel good and safe, but I believe it will further divide us and can only hurt our party and our country. How do we stay engaged in those spaces?
Start with David and then go to Chris.
As somebody who unfortunately now has 1 million followers on Twitter, that has become a right-wing hellhole. I think we got to get over this mentality in the party of the people that are saying that it is not my job to educate you should not be in politics. Sorry, this is not a comfortable job, guys. We can choose as Democrats to either live in a comfortable delusion where we continue to lose, or we can choose to live in an uncomfortable reality and fight. That's what we did after Parkland. We didn't shy away from fighting for what we believed in. We stood up for it despite what everybody said, and we won. And what I think that we need to do is realize that even if we can't convince somebody, when I was in college, I don't want to just surround myself with people who agree with me constantly. And because of what I've advocated for on stronger gun laws, I often involuntarily am not surrounded by those people. But at one point, I was voluntarily surrounded by them because I joined the shooting club when I was in college. As you can imagine, I was very popular there. But guess what? Even there, what I found out more than anything is so many of the people that disagree with us, as Adam's talked about, so many of the people that disagree with us, it's not that they necessarily disagree with us that much. They will say on a poll that they do. It's that they feel unlistened to and disrespected and talked down to. But when you say, look, I can respect that you don't agree, but this is what I think we can work on, it opens the opportunity to work towards a better future.
Thanks, Tim.
I think David Hogg just agreed to debate Nick Fuentes. I think that
Thanks,
just
Sam,
happened right in front
that
of
question. Look, there's the physical world and the digital world. We need to be engaging everywhere in both spaces. And I'll give you an example in the physical world. During my campaign for governor, I went literally all across the state, particularly in the rural areas, because I care deeply about that. I went past a town called Huntsville. It's Oral Farbus's hometown. If you don't know Oral Farbus, think about Little Rock 9 and you'll find out.
Maybe.
Went there, my first visit there, 2 people showed up. I spent an hour and a half speaking with them. The second visit there, they brought 30 other people. The third visit there, they brought another 60 people, and we did a walk a mile in that town. Well, I went back at the end of the campaign, and I was talking with my friend who I met the first time, and he said, Chris, let me tell you something, it's amazing. My neighbor is 6 feet tall and 6'5", and he has Confederate tattoos on his body and a Trump flag in his yard. He came to me and said, you know your buddy Chris? I think I'm gonna vote for him for governor. Shocked. He said, why? Because he showed up. So if we show up, that's how we can get our message across and win people over. And part of showing up, and I'll say this to close, is that I think there are 3 kinds of conversations we need to have. One is a logical, rational conversation, and Democrats always stick there, and our head explodes when things don't line up. The other is an emotional conversation, an experiential conversation. And then the other is emotional. The last is an ideological conversation. Far too often, there are ideological conversations that happen, and we're stuck in the logic, and we need to be giving people experiences. We can give people experiences when we show up.
All right, thank you. All right.
My tower of slime just fell over. A lot of slime just fell off my desk, if you're wondering what that sound was.
Comes from, I don't know if he's here, Luis Heredia, from a DNC member from, there he is, okay. From my home state of Arizona. Hey, Luis.
Hello.
And this is for Artie and for Troy.
Good evening. What were the lessons learned from the 2024 election cycle where the Democratic Party and candidates outperformed national trends among Latino voters? And where did the Democratic Party and candidates fail to earn the trust and support of Latino voters?
Artie?
I was born and raised in Houston, Texas. And we have lost our community because honestly, the Democratic Party has never really invested in the Latino community. They've expected the Latinos to show up, depended on Latinos to show up, but never really brought them into the party, brought us into the party. We forced our way in. I have to work as an organizer that cut my teeth in Texas, whether it was a 42% Democratic district in West Texas, 17 and a half counties, because I talked to Latino voters in those counties because nobody else did. We've not brought them in. We have not had a real strategy for my community, and the border crossed us. We did not. So the Latinos, we have to have real conversations. That's not just about conjecture or just about immigration. Those are important issues, but it's also about monetary issues. It is about how my father, who was a single father on a machinist salary, could raise 2 kids and build our home from modest means and give me that life. That's why the Democratic Party has to come back and really bring Latinos into the party.
Thank you.
I think the biggest learning lesson this cycle is that the party does not know how to talk and to engage in the Latino community. We make up 20% of the country. That means 1 out of every 5 person in this country is Latino. We're also the 2nd largest eligible voting bloc. Now, shout out to Artie, shout out to Nate Snyder, who's running for chair, and others. But even if you look at our capsule, there's 40 candidates running for DNC leadership, only 3 of us that I know of are Latino, and I'm the only Afro-Latino. Oh, you too. So four of us, right? Sorry. So there's 4 of us. And that speaks to, again, a lack of existence representation where we are. I think part of it is that for so long it's been, hey, let's talk about immigration, let's translate everything into Spanish. That's not going to cut it. You need to be in the community specifically. I mentioned this in Detroit. My family's from Puerto Rico. I had family that was living on the island in Carolina y Santurce, 2 towns about 30 to 45 minutes away from San Juan, were impacted by Hurricane Maria, relocated to Florida, when impacted through assistance with FEMA. I haven't heard anything about Puerto Rico since 2017, up until about, 2 weeks before the election? You get what I'm saying? So I think that's part of where we're talking about is what are the issues, going into that community, engaging. I think a big piece of this is showing up also on Latino Spanish language press. We're talking a lot about showing up on Fox. I want to know how many DNC officers are going to show up on Spanish language press and Latino media.
Thanks very much. All right, so dirty secret, I've been winging it for a while because my earpiece went out. I think we're okay on time, but I'm not going to push my luck. We're going to go to closing statements. And we're going to go in reverse order this time before the producers come.
Young David will be up first.
Gina.
And I'm going to say something, Madam Chair. I am the first ever Black woman to be the chair of Kansas, so I do ask to be addressed by my title. Thank you, and you're not the only one that has done that. So first of all, thank you to the people who came to my room, shoved a cracker down my throat, prayed with me, and cried with me today. Thank you to David Hogg. Thank you to all of our chair candidates that called and checked on us. Kansas is strong. I am strong. My shoulders were built for this. I'm going to end the way I always do in Kansas. Let me be clear, Democrats, no one's coming to save us. Here's the good news. We get to save ourselves. Now is our moment to do that. Get together. Let's go save ourselves and save this country. Thank you. I look forward to your vote.
Thank you. David?
I don't know about you all, but I think we got everything we need in this room. I feel very confident in the future of this party with all the candidates that we have on this stage. And frankly, I wish we could all serve together. Look, ultimately, we have to win back the youth vote. I can't say that enough. If we don't have our young people, we don't have a future of our party, and we can't continue to win. I have a long history of doing that and raising a hell of a lot of money to help support the young people in our party, and I ask for your vote.
Thanks very much. Artie?
We need to get back to the values of working families, housekeepers, construction workers, trades, nurses, teachers, janitors, because they have losing faith in us because we cannot stand up and be authentic and not apologize for why we are Democrats. We have to show them the values, not just talk about the values. And that's what we need to do to get back to winning.
Thank you so much, Artie. Malcolm?
I could have never imagined growing up in a working poor family in the heart of North Philly to a social worker and a CNA that I would kiss my husband this morning and say, I'm going to an election to possibly be vice chair of the Democratic Party. I am here because I believe in this party. And working families like mine need this party to be strong, need it to thrive. I buried both of my parents by the time I was 27 because they didn't have access to the type of health care everybody deserves. The decisions that we make, the policies that we're fighting for, they're not hypothetical, they're not one-off. This is my life, and there are working families just like mine that need us to win, and I think I can help us do it if I earn your vote. I'm asking for your vote, please.
Thanks so much.
We are at a crucial time. We are in the midst of a street fight, really, so to speak. Right now, you are going to be witnessing undocumented immigrants ripped out of schools and churches.
Ooh.
You are going to see working class people have their benefits taken away from them. We've seen the lockdown with funding. We're seeing right-wing attacks in state legislatures. I've lived through all of that and I've experienced it. The party is losing people like me, young Black and brown voters. And again, this is a party that gave a damn about me. I give a damn about it. And that's why I'm running, and I hope you'll join me on this journey.
Thank you so much.
We confuse the why and the how. Winning elections is the how. But the why, the reason we all do this work, everybody in this room, is because we want to make our communities, our states, our nation better. We want to improve the lives of people who live where we live. And I'm tired of watching my neighbors and friends and families vote against their interests in ways that just don't hurt me politically, but are really hurting their lives and livelihoods. And they may not have the same letter behind their name as me. They might not have the same views as me on every subject, but I'll tell you what, I care about them, and I want them to know that, and I'm going to fight like hell for their future. That's why I'm in this race. That's why I want to change the Democratic Party, and I want to make sure rural America knows we care about them.
Thanks so much.
If they're smart, they're going to elect that guy.
To paraphrase Dr. King, the true measure of a party is not where they stand in times of comfort and convenience, but where they stand in times of challenge and controversy. I am proud of the Democratic Party of Arkansas because in times of challenge and controversy, they stood up and turned the party around, and I know there are 57 state parties and territories that are doing the same thing day and day again. I'm asking for your vote for DNC Vice Chair because we are in times of challenge and controversy, externally to the party and internally to the party, and we need folks who are ready to reshape the narrative and face those challenges, and I'm ready. Chris Jones.
Thanks so much. Bring us home.
Thanks, Mo. It's been an honor to run alongside, not against, a lot of fine people up here, as well as the people coming by, and so that part of it's been great, and thank you. The DNC, as far as I know, is in charge of trying to figure out how to win elections. So I think it's imperative that someone around the table of 7 or 10 or 12 people, having some candidates there, including overperforming candidates, that can really try to figure out how to share that conversation with the operatives, which are also really, really important, and one that can raise a lot of money as well. So I'm here to ask for your vote, and thanks for your help, Mo.
Thank you all for a very lively conversation. Thank all of you for being a very lively audience. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments for the second half of the field of vice chair candidates. Thanks.
Well, guys, I just don't know that we can top David Hogg. Let's see. I don't recognize anyone in this particular group. I think I'm going to call it a day, guys. I've got an interview coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes, and I'd like to get some dinner before then. But this is still going on. So if you, I'm sure there's a stream somewhere that's doing this, but I did just put the link in the chat where if you want to access this directly, you just go to MSNBC's website, click the register button, just put your email in. They send you a special link that's just for your email address. And so this is available in the public if you want to keep watching it. You've got plenty of time in between now and when the next thing starts. I know it's a little bit boring for some people, but some people might be interested. And they are going to be doing the chairs debate later. I really wish we could watch it. I hope someone is streaming it somewhere because I would actually like to see it. But I have another commitment, so I have to go do that. And it's going to be great. And I'm going to be on Melissa's show, and she's tweeted out the information. I did retweet it. So if you want to come join, that starts at 8 p.m. over on her Rumble channel. I think she has a YouTube channel as well. That's all on my Twitter. And so if you guys want to come join me for that, that's cool too. But we're going to wrap up the stream for today. Thank you guys for allowing me to change the schedule. We will be doing the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club next week. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Happy Hour with a Sophie Classic presentation that I've had on the back burner for a while. So I will see you guys at 5 p.m. Eastern Time with beer in hand, because remember it's Friday, so we drink a little beer. And have a great rest of your day, guys, and we'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you here? That's difficult to answer. has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.